Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
2022, 2023, 2024 first round picks.
Hold on.
Three first round picks.
3 first rounders. And at that time, the largest guaranteed contract in quarterback history.
Yes. A third rounder and 2 fourth rounders.
God!
And they had Baker Mayfield the whole time.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Just trying to think. Let me what?
Starring Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yeah, thank you. 2024 minus 1986. 38 years in existence. Lummy, we don't really like. I've not ever been a big radio personality like on the 1,000th show or the 10,000th show or the, I think probably the closest thing I've done to anything like that is when we've been hitting our our podcast download numbers. I think we were supposed to do a 7 millionth download show, and I don't think we did that.
No, we said not to worry about it. We said 7 million. We'll wait for 10.
Right, sure.
Just on top of your head, I mean, how many shows do you think you've done?
It's 70,000. Add it up. It's it's around 70,000. 70,000.
Yeah, but Dan, you understand there was 2 years
I took that into account.
That I did 2 shows. And then there was
a year or so without a show.
Yeah, so there you go.
So it's a little over 70. It's about 2,000 shows a year minus vacations. And 38 years, that's 76,000. So you take out all the vacations and everything like that, it's between 70 and 75,000 shows you've done.
Yeah, man.
That's
wow.
A ton.
No wonder I'm an expert at this.
True.
Don't they say you have to do something? Is it 10,000 hours or 10,000 times?
10,000 hours.
So would that be? Oh yeah, because my average show's 4 hours long.
Right.
If I've done 70,000 shows,
it's 300,000 hours.
300,000 hours.
You have 30 careers under your belt.
You know what? I feel like it, and I'm starting to look like it. A lot of you. I was dead ass asleep. I tried to go to bed a little bit early yesterday, but I didn't quite make it. I always find myself proverbially fighting that clock. I think when you do the day part that we do, you're always fighting the clock. No matter.
Yeah, you look at it, it talks to you.
Well, you're always fighting it. Mm-hmm. You're like, even when on nights that you want to go to bed early, you end up fiddle messing around where it's now 10. Well, for you guys, not for me. If I looked at the clock and it was 10:30, I would just take drugs to stay awake. I'm like, I'm not going to shut it down for a few hours.
This was when I was in therapy. I was having a huge issue with looking at the clock and freaking out that I wasn't going to get enough sleep and, taking that into the next day. So now I stay up 10, 11, 12, no matter how late it is. I'm just like, all right, cool. I'm still going to be tired. I realize I'm going to be tired every single day when I wake up, no matter if I go to bed at 8 or midnight. So I just go, all right, I'll take a nap or I'll catch up on sleep or it'll be all good. So
how did your therapist help you overcome that mental hurdle? Because I have exactly what you explained. I have it. Meaning, like, I'm always looking at the clock saying, damn it.
I honestly had to drop it myself. I had to just come to grips with, I think after I worked with Drew, and then I don't know if I was going to do California or when it was like came back here.
Oh, so this is fairly recent.
Oh yeah. I had this the whole time I was doing 97X. I was waking up at 2:40 in the morning to get in there.
Yeah, but boy, how nice was it when you guys were doing afternoons?
Afternoons is that's the best day part that you can get.
I'm telling you, Lummy, if something, within, I don't know, did I give it to the first of the year? Because I think I have to give it a little bit longer than that, where I had actually denoted if we didn't get a few more, major morning show affiliates, that I was going to take the show all digital and just completely quit, or I should say retire from terrestrial radio. Right now our template is we do a terrestrial radio show that's syndicated, 3 or 4 places, and then we take that, and it's obviously digitally distributed the same time that we're doing it. And then we do ancillary after shows, digital only, whether it be a podcast only show or whether it be a Rumble, Facebook, X, Twitch, YouTube kind of deal. But if I remember last year, I was saying if things don't pick up terrestrially for morning drive, I was just going to go all digital. And at that point, we would move our schedule to 11 to 2 or 10 to 1,
yes,
or something like that,
yes,
which might really screw you, Dan. Now again, this is probably a year away. I may go all next year, seeing how potentially picking up a few more affiliates will work out, because if my documentary, it's not mine, if the documentary that's coming out, it might change the way people perceive me a little bit.
Yes, I believe so.
And I want everybody to know, this documentary, I don't have anything to do with it as far as ownership. I'm not making a dime on this thing. This is done by an outside company. Of course, it's about the Hogan sex tape is what it's about. And everybody now thinks that I did it. I'm the bad guy. I'm 100% to blame. I mean, part of the one of the episodes is about the perception of I am the guy. They've gone into the community and just asked the normal Joe Blow. They've gone into wrestling events, Lummy, so taking wrestling fans' perspective, and it's about 95 to 5 that Bubba is the biggest asshole ever to live. So hopefully the documentary a lot of people are still going to feel that way, but it's going to show you some other stuff for you to consider. That potentially could, maybe spark some interest terrestrially. If it doesn't, which is probably a 50-50 chance at best that it does, if it doesn't, then why would we continue to do mornings? And just as we get older, it's harder and harder to get up.
But isn't that prime time for radio?
Yeah, but
I mean,
Used to be.
isn't that like that 8 to 11 slot in TV?
But we're not.
Before we started living in an on-demand world.
Right. When radio was king, and that's how you made the majority of your money, and you had 15 affiliates, but when you have 4 or 5 and you make more money digitally than you do terrestrially, then you got to start sucking the digital teat. So you at that point make digitally, it doesn't matter what time your show's on. The people are going to get it either live, like Joe Rogan. It doesn't matter what time his show is, Lummy. People are either going to watch it live, or I don't even know that he offers a live version of it. Does he?
I don't think so.
I don't know that he does. Seth, I mean, that's a little bit more in your world.
Who are we talking about?
Joe Rogan. I don't know that he even offers
No, not that I know of, no.
Right. So us doing a show, although we would do it live, it would just be a different day part.
Yeah, we'd lose some live listeners. We'd gain some new listeners. I mean, I think it would all even out as far as how many people end up watching the show every day.
But why would we beat ourselves? I mean, listen, look at having to be here by 5:30, which means you got to be to bed by, even in the like Rat being the youngest, probably the latest any of us stay up is 11. I would say.
Well, last night you not had the Bucks game, and then you probably had worrying about the Bucks game, and then worrying about the future.
And then maybe with Dan and Rat and Lummy or who all went to the game, traveling home from the Bucks game, right?
Yeah, traffic sucks.
Like Lummy, what time did you get home? Hold on. What time did you lay your little fat head to bed?
About 12 o'clock.
Midnight.
Yes.
So you got 3.5, 4 hours sleep max.
Yes.
Dan, how about what time did you lay your little peanut head to bed?
About 11:30.
Yeah. So you a little bit more, but not much.
5 hours, maybe.
Yeah. So, but that's not healthy, and it's just and it really doing mornings inhibits what you can do with your life the night before. Whereas, Lummy, if you guys had to be here at 10:30, because we're starting the show at 11, man, you could go to dinner. You could go. I mean, you could literally, as long as you were in bed by midnight or 1, you're going to get 8 hours of sleep, right?
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah, and when Walker starts getting older and he has school stuff to do at night or a baseball game or anything like that,
you could be there.
That's right.
Yeah. In here, it would either be 10 to 1 or 11 to 2, something like that. And it would, you have your entire morning, like, you can stay up the night before as late as you want. You don't have to get here until whatever. And you're home by, 2:30, 3 o'clock. You're home by 3 o'clock.
You don't have to sell us on it.
Yeah.
We're ready to go when you are.
Yeah, me too. But it might be. It might take a little longer. I think maybe I was gonna make that decision. Maybe mid first quarter of next year. I might make all of next year. Still do mornings. It's. I've been doing it for 38 years. It's going to be tough to relinquish the terrestrial bag, so to speak, that I hold. It's gonna be tough because I don't know anything else. Even though I am predominantly digital, I don't know anything else. That would be like, Dan, you know what? You just stop being a doctor and you're just gonna be an attorney. I mean, you've been a doctor all of your professional career since you left med school and then did your residency. But let's say, Diaco Law just won this huge case. And Jay said, Dan, stop slinging boobs and doing lip injections and hair transplants and just come over here. I'm going to give you a base of $1 million plus your percentage. Just come over here and be a lawyer. Close that. Because listen, I know you make the majority of your money with your plastic surgery, but it's a lot of work. You got to grind your ass off, right?
Yes.
I mean, you got to really work your ass. But if you just showed up at the law firm every morning at 9:30 or 10 o'clock because you had a base salary of $1.5 million,
took a 2-hour lunch.
Because you guys
get home before 5.
You guys won a big, huge $1 zillion case, and Jay said, "Listen, Dan, close that stress ball of plastic surgery right down to zero, and just come in here and wear a nice $3,000 suit, kick up your legs." Hell, it would be. You would do it, but you would still. I'd be like, man, I'm supposed to be doing a doctor. I'm supposed to be a doctor. It's tough to let this doctor go.
Yeah, if the law was, 3 times paying what it would pay now, then it would be an argument. But if it's similar money, then it wouldn't be worth it to give up my medical career.
So when my terrestrial, when right now,
so you get like a Rogan contract, yeah, bye radio.
No, but what I'm saying is like, right now my digital is 2 times my terrestrial. So like
But your terrestrial is critical to your digital because I think they feed off each other. There's absolutely people are waking up and they're either listening to you on the radio in their car or they're listening to you on their phone before they get in their car.
Here's the deal. Here's what you don't understand. And everybody, Lummy, Seth, participate, please. Those people that listen to me on the radio right now, if I was gone, they would find me digitally. They're just not going. 80% would find me digitally. I can show you.
I think it's 30.
I think
that for the people that it's so easy in the car to hit that button versus doing it off your phone.
I can show you my Charleston stats. I can show you all my digital Charleston stats. No, I mean I have a template, meaning I got canceled from Charleston. Right?
Right.
Charleston never used to be a top 10 city digitally. Now it's number 4.
So it made up.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it did. It went from not being in a top 15 ranker to being top 5 now. Charleston's top 5 digital.
Now, does that digital footprint replace the revenue from Charleston?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah. I mean, I don't know why I don't do it sooner. I don't know why I just don't say today's my last day on regular radio.
Do it.
Just say, I mean, I already have the template. I already have the Charleston template. I already have it.
It's fun to be super underground.
And I mean, Seth will tell you what, I mean, we're going to Orlando for our content house because Orlando is in most instances our second city digitally, whether it's podcast, whether it's Facebook, whether it's YouTube. Orlando is a top 3 to 5 city right across the board. It never used to be that way when we were heard on a couple different situations over there.
Let's see how that goes when we get into town. It'll be like, our first
digital only appearance.
Yeah, where we're not on the air there.
Yeah, so when we do our Orlando meeting, Lummy, that's going to be the first time that we've gone to a city where the only way we promoted it was digitally.
Oh, I can't wait.
So if it's a bust, then we're like, maybe we would not want to go all digital.
It's not going to be a bust.
Well, we already know that. We already know there's going to be 150 people at the ale house, unless you're just an email liar.
No, unless people are just blowing smoke up our butts. So
there's a lot of smoke.
There is, but I mean, you got Macho in the back corner. So
Rhett, I got your mic on. Hopefully you hear me. How you're obviously as big of a Bucks fan. You have a Bucks podcast. You know a lot about the Bucks. Did the Bucks just lay an egg last night? Or was it, we were here having our pre-show meeting and you're like, it seemed like you were blaming it on the defensive line. Like the defensive line just completely took the night off. Is that what happened last night?
No, it just, we saw the difference between the Bucks and one of the best teams in the NFL. I think the Bucks are a good team this year. Hopefully you get some good news on your injuries this week, but we saw how far away they are last night from being one of the best teams in the NFL, because the last 2 weeks, the first quarter, they've played like the best first quarter team in the NFL. They look unbeatable.
Oh yeah.
And then the last 2 weeks they have completely collapsed in the second quarter. This week you're playing a Ravens team where you can't get away with it the way that you did against New Orleans.
In the merch crick. In her fantasy, all she needed.
She had Mark Andrews?
No. Her opponent had Mark Andrews, and it had the merch quick winning, was going to win. If Mark Andrews would have put in his normal Mark Andrews night, which was like 7.8 points, and then he goes and lights it up last night for 2 touchdowns, merch crick got smoked.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday before the show. I said it was going to be either one of those tight ends, either Isaiah Likely or Mark Andrews is going to have a huge night.
Absolutely called it, saying that Lamar's going to drag that tight end
the middle of the field
and use the hell out of him. And the Bucks always seem to not be able to cover the slow white tight end guy. And I think that's kind of what happened last night.
And a big thing with this Todd Bowles defense, I think teams are figuring it out now. Defensive line was an issue headed into this season just because of the depth. And when this Bucks pass rush doesn't hit, guys are just covering grass, and nobody's really doing anything. Nobody's contesting catches. So a lot of the passing that Lamar did last night, he had a damn near perfect passer rating because they weren't contested catches. Guys were wide ass open.
Yeah, wide open.
Chris Godwin carted off the field last night with a pulled hamstring?
No, that was Mike Evans.
Mike Evans pulled hamstring.
Yeah, it was. This is another thing too. I think people are going to give Todd Bowles a lot of crap about this week. But 40 seconds left in the game. 43 seconds left in a game. That
You're
at
down
this
by
point,
10.
You're down by 10. The only reason you're down by 10 is because you were able to recover an onside kick and take advantage. But at this point, the Ravens still have a 99.9% chance to win this football game. I think when the Bucs were down 17. They should have taken the starters out. Honestly, I think Todd Bowles got what he deserved here, leaving a lot of his starters in this game so long. I know that they felt like they had a chance to win, but they did not have a chance to win. I don't want to hear that they statistically had a chance to win. They did not.
Do you have the footage?
I sent you the play, but they don't zoom in, so it's hard to tell what Chris Godwin is, and they wouldn't show a replay of it.
Did he just dislocated his ankle or something?
They say he dislocated it. Was what the injury report was after the game, but it looks like it exploded.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you can see the players all around him, like they all kind of go to a knee.
Now, Dan is a former doctor for the Buccaneers, so we can have an expert here. Dan, when they bring out the meat wagon, it's usually they try to, like, if you have maybe a twisted ankle or something, even a twisted knee, they'll try to get a couple big guys to kind of wobble you off, kind of help you off. But when they bring the meat wagon, that's usually pretty severe, is it not?
It usually means there's a fracture or like a dislocation or something like that.
Team, and they were trying to score.
Or a head injury.
No, that wasn't his foot. Yeah,
one
that
time,
left foot. Look at it.
When the zero gets up from tackling him, you can see the ankle flip-flop applesauce. Can you not?
At one point, it's like completely upside down.
Are we seeing this more than we used to? It seems like there's more injuries now to where they can't show them again because they're so brutal.
I don't see it ever flip-flop applesauce.
What's that,
I don't see it flip-flop applesauce. It looks like it, but that's Zero's foot right there. His ankle just looked like it's laying there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's just
to the left. It's outside. It's rotating to the left. It looks like it's dislocated.
Is it broken at that point, Dan?
There could be some small fractures. The problem is the ligaments and the little fibrous connections between the bones. And so when you dislocate something, you rip those ligaments.
What would be worst case, best case scenario with regards to what you just saw the ankle do?
Best case would be they were able to reduce the dislocation immediately, so he doesn't have a vascular. That means a blood or a nerve injury.
Meaning, do you mean like
you
pop
kill
it
a
back,
foot, pop it back into place?
So you're saying pop it back into place?
Yeah,
right.
As soon as you can. You want to reduce the dislocation as soon as it's safe to.
All right. So.
And then you got to see what kind of ligaments and tendons are ripped. And so just like an Achilles is ripping the Achilles tendon, which is part of the muscle that attaches to the calf muscles, the soleus and the gastrocnemius. But when you have a dislocation, it's mostly the ligaments.
Gastrocnemius.
Oh yeah,
that's your calf muscle. But the dislocation rips the connections between the bones, so then the bones become unstable, and so sometimes they have to repair those ligaments between the bones so the ankle's not unstable.
813-90 Bubba. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, what's going on?
What can I do for you, sir?
I heard you got. I've been listening to the beginning of the show, and you were talking about how you didn't know. You were talking about maybe going to the afternoons and wondering when people listen and stuff.
Middays, I'd go like, 10 to 1 or 11 to 2 would be my two options. 3-hour show.
I think that's a good idea. I think it's a good idea because sometimes I don't wake up early enough, and I have to listen to the afternoon because I listen to you on 8:20 a.m. mainly.
Yeah, but if in that case, you could just go to our YouTube channel or our Facebook or our Rumble or our podcast or Bubba Army HQ, and just go get it, download it and listen and or watch it.
Yeah, and a lot of people, you wouldn't believe how many people I've talked to, like from work or friends, that don't even know you're still on the air.
No, most people don't.
Yeah, and I tell them, they're like, "Is Bubba's really still in the air?" And I've turned a lot of people on you that used to listen to you in the past, and they just didn't.
There's
know.
There's a lot of people doing big numbers in Tampa radio by default because they have no competition, because people don't know that actually the best male skewing show most people don't know is still available on AM 820 or on our various digital platforms. They think that I'm dead and gone. Some people think I died.
I know, or just like moved, or just not in radio anymore. But yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys how much I appreciate you still being on, and it's like my favorite radio show I listen to.
Well, thank you. And if ever,
years.
Thank you. And if ever some reason we're no longer on AM 820, no disrespect to Bruce and Woody and the guys, but know that you can always go to our YouTube channel, which is at everything digitally is at the Bubba Army, and watch it digitally. Same show, probably a better show because we can cuss and carry on and do stuff.
Yeah, I'll try it out and listen to it, because mainly it's just 8:20 a.m. I've been listening to it, but I'll have to check out some of the other platforms you're on to get some more content and stuff.
All right, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right, buddy.
You have a good day.
You too. Thanks. And here's the thing, man. We could probably do better terrestrially if we could actually find out how many people watch us. I'm sorry. How many people in Tampa actually listen to us on AM 820? I think you'd be amazed. But because of the way they keep score, the company that keeps score, if you don't subscribe to the scorekeeping, then they don't score the teams that don't pay for the scorekeeping. So, I don't even know how their information could be accurate, because out of 60-some radio stations in Tampa, 35 pay for to have their score cap. And then there's about 25 or so that say, listen, this money's just cost way too much. And so they don't. Here's what I'm saying is, how can the information they give the people that get a score, how can that be correct information if you got 20 other teams playing, but our scores don't matter? So how can that give you a accurate reading of how many people are really listening to the people that pay for the service? If they don't include 20 additional players? Statistically, that would be almost impossible, would it not?
Yeah.
I mean, Dan, if there's 60 people playing the game and 20 don't get scored and 40 do, well, then how can the 40 guys who get a score, how can that score be accurate if there's still 20 other people playing the game, but they're not getting a score?
It's not. And they've been stealing and extorting radio stations and personalities for decades now for this crap rating system. It's offensive that it's that biased,
so I can't even
that limited.
I can't even take, if we had a score, then I could take that to other stations in other markets and say, hey, in Tampa, I got a 4.9 share, or I got whatever.
And I can't believe it just can't be done electronically. There's just not a standardized, FCC is here are the numbers. I don't know why that's not possible.
It's
in 2024. I mean, we know where a terrorist is hiding, but we can't figure out how many percentage of people are listening to this station versus another station in a single market.
They know. Hold on.
They don't know.
Yes, they do.
They know how. They just won't report.
Dan,
they ignore.
They know.
They ignore.
They know. They know how many people are listening to AM 820. They just don't give you the information. They withhold it because you're not paying for the service. So they withhold it.
It should be public information.
It should be.
It should be public information.
Hello. But we do get
public airwaves, bro.
But hold on, we do get scored in Fort Walton Beach, so we have to be nice on this particular topic. So we do get a scorecard in Fort Walton Beach, and it's been very favorable, and they've been very good to us. So I don't want to upset them. I've already upset them once before, and it really didn't work out too good for me. Hello.
Hey, boss, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Terry. Bag of milk, Tampa Terry. Winded after one flight of stairs up here in Ontario, maybe outside of Toronto, Nova Scotia. What do you got going on for me, Tampa Terry?
Well, today I got a little trick from Canada that it's going to be the answer to all your problems, at least as far as your occasional throat irritation goes. No diddy. And, I don't want to make it sound like I've been sitting around thinking about another man's throat and the lubrication levels of your throat, but I remember you complaining about it, a week or two ago. And the trick is, bro, singers use this, hockey rink announcers use this, all kinds of speakers use this, bro. Lay's potato chips. The oil coats your throat. The salt deals with the moisture. And now, bro, some people might say, the sound of chewing on chips is more annoying than the sound of clearing your throat. But it fixes the issue, bro.
In the middle of the show?
You can look at Lummy, you can Bing it. Bro, singers do this, bro.
Between songs or
are you just talking about like maybe one of those little bags that you get at the convenience store right before I start the show? Are you talking about nibble them on them throughout the entire show? What's the quantity that you're talking about here? Are you talking about just regular Lays? Are you talking about barbecue? I like barbecue. What are you talking about?
It can be any flavor, bro. And, have a few before, maybe half the bag or a quarter of the bag before the show. And then throughout the show, whenever you feel your throat starting to get a little irritated, you just munch on a couple of those Lays, bro, and it'll get you right back where you need to be.
I actually heard from what's that, ears, ENT, an ear nose? Is that what they are, Dan?
ENT. You can say that, or otolaryngologist.
I heard got an email from a guy that said that if I did a shot of high quality olive oil 30 minutes before my show, that it would, throat coat me, so to speak, and be very healthy for me constantly clearing my throat, having whatever type of sinus and or throat issues. I've had it all my entire career. But Dan, have you ever heard of that where you could do a shot of high quality olive oil?
Yes, and also honey is helpful because it's very healing and it's coating. You just don't want to do honey right before you get on the air because it'll get you that spitty phlegm.
So maybe like 30 minutes before the show, do like a shot of honey?
And maybe a shot of honey after the show or between shows.
Well, I could care less. I could care less what I sound like after the show.
It's not about how you sound. It's a matter of healing.
Right.
It's like the cold plunge for your throat.
What about high quality olive oil?
It's okay, but it's gross. I mean, wouldn't you rather have a spoonful of honey than oil?
Yeah, but I think I drank Seth's motor oil when we were changing his oil or Anna's. I did a little taste of oil, not regular motor oil, but I got to think that high quality olive oil doesn't really taste that bad.
It tastes like olive oil. It's just a lot of olive oil to swallow. I don't know. Romina puts olive oil in everything. She puts it in like her mashed potatoes. I mean, she puts it in everything.
Oh, yeah, she's whatever hell she is.
She's Italian, but I think that honey would be more healing than olive oil. Olive oil maybe beforehand and honey, like Napa Mike said, olive oil before and honey afterwards, because honey heals.
Tampa Terry, not Napa. No,
Napa Mike said olive oil before, honey afterwards. I think that's correct. That would be a good way of doing it. And maybe a Lay's potato chip. But Seth,
I'm going to have a whole culinary thing over here.
Yeah, I don't know what Lummy found on Lummy Bing. I'm seeing that chips are one of the worst things that you can have for your throat. But again, I actually believe Tampa Terry and.
There's a book, The Art of Voice Acting, where the author says he mentions potato chip method.
Okay.
As the grease on the chips actually help clear out phlegm.
Maybe Tampa Terry just saved the day.
95% of the things I saw were what Seth said, but this 5%, this one website and this one book said
Let's lean into the 5%.
Right. Chip helped your throat, Lummy.
Yes.
All right, Tampa Terry, anything else going on, my friend? Tampa Terry, are you a YouTuber? Are you a Twitcher? Have you been where are you not banned anymore?
Well, I'm mostly on Rumble, bro. I'm usually listening on Rumble over there with Iggy McGillicuddy and those guys, brother.
Right. But you have been highly banned and I think you've been highly moderated over the years, have you not?
Yeah, I've been banned about 30 or 40 times on Twitch, 10 times
feels
on
like
YouTube,
feels like maybe you're less of a dick than you used to be. Like you're settling down a little bit.
Well, running out of places to get banned from.
Yeah. And we're running out of places for you to listen to us. So
was he ever that bad, or did he just? You guys just got annoyed by the character?
Everyone's so sensitive.
I don't know. What would you usually get banned for, Tampa Terry?
Just general mischief. It was about half and half.
Right. Maybe they'll give you a reprieve and let you come back and, for a second chance on the various places that you've been banned due to the fact that you may have saved the show with your big Jay's chip caper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, look into the chips, bro. The power of the chips. Sometimes 5% is all you need.
All right, man. Tampa Terry, appreciate you. Thank you, buddy. That means goodbye. Oh, thank you. When I return, we'll go through the now who's hurt worse.
Well, it depends on if Mike Evans tore his hamstring or just
he acted like he tore it because he let go of that pass.
Did he get carded? Did he get carded too?
No, he walked off. That's what I just sent you. This clip is him doing whatever he did to his hamstring.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll do that next. Okay.
All right.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
No, not over.
I think the seasons are over. No. I think they're both done for the season.
Yeah, I mean, hamstring injury.
That hamstring looked like a cave.
Hey, Phil!
I can't think of another team I've watched where the 1 and 2 receivers both got hurt in the same game.
I know, it fucking sucks. I wish they had that guy that just got traded.
Oh, Devontae?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would be handy now. Yeah, attack of the dog, kind of agree. Bubba's my god. Group of Lips, good morning. Berto Perez. Little Whoopers after birth. Fan Orlando, good morning. Bravo Swag. TNT 1560. Good morning. Bubba's Green Rice. Lazaire. I hate the fishing regulations. They're all probably challengeable too, because every time they try to do it with power plants, they win. So if people challenge it, then they win. They're arbitrary and capricious, not based on science. And they don't go through the proper vetting before they become policy. So that's how they challenge it, and often it's successful. Yinzer, good morning. Gary Cantrell. Kirk, I sleep in. What's up, Bart Hutchison? Axel. Yeah, I'm living that shit home. Forget Gene, Todd Drew, good morning. Kirk. Just Kirk. Tomato juice. Makes me salivate, but not in a good way. Gabe Hours.
Morning, Glow Dog. Glow Dog.
Quick and greasy, Gilmore up this year. Troy Nelson. Look at that go fast.
Hey, Dan.
Yes?
Did you know that Bella won the national championship?
I know, I can't believe that.
Man.
And she got best opening statement of the whole thing.
And then won the whole thing.
And then won the whole thing. It's amazing.
We'll talk about that, okay?
Hey, you think we can get Romina for the roast?
Oh, great idea. Great idea.
I mean, we could write for her.
We'll write for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really think
She'd honestly have to.
now. Should I ask Dan that?
Yeah, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying.
She would be the headliner.
Yeah.
There's nobody better unless
I'm
you got.
gonna ask him that.
Yeah.
But that's a brilliant idea.
Oh yeah. No.
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I was thinking last night who.
And then we all work with her and just give
Yeah.
her. Yeah. Oh, what a good idea. Maybe Arlene.
I mean, if I'm sure she's got stuff to say. She might have to be prompted a little bit, but a little Bubba Cash never hurt.
No, she's loaded.
No, I know. Maybe she could give us some Bubba Cash.
Yeah, maybe she could give us an appearance fee. I'm gonna hit Dan with that spontaneously.
Okay.
So don't.
Maybe you could tell Arlene we're a religious organization now, and we could try to get some funds that way. I had a buddy tell me yesterday, if I gotta suck some MAGA cock to get paid, I'll do it. That's what my friend said.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Tuttle, that was my friend.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Now, Dan, before we get into the Mike Evans possible pulled hamstring last night on Monday Night Football, as the Bucs got killed, the score. The score looks better than what it really was.
Well, after the first quarter, Lummy came up to the box, and bad luck Lummy calls him to stop scoring for half the game.
Yeah, I left after the.
So before I get into the Mike Evans deal, and again, I can't even tell you the last time that I watched football and the number 1 and number 2 receivers. And listen, by most people's account, the Bucs have arguably the best 1-2 even with them both, Evans approaching, 33?
32?
Even with them in their 30s, they're arguably the best 1-2 combination in all of football, and I've never seen a team lose both 1 and 2 during the duration of a game, one of which was one of the last plays. The Godwin deal was, with 43 seconds left?
Yes.
Down by 10?
Yeah.
Shame. Before I get in, now have you cleared your palate yet, Dan? You probably shouldn't eat.
I took a bite right before.
Yeah,
I know. I'm sorry.
And I'm over here biding time because I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I was trying to participate with chat. Then I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
and then
right.
A bite.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
So, idea. And and just don't shoot it down in fear of how good it could be, because I know that you're always posturing for whatever reason. But let's think about how, realistically, what I'm going to bring up to you would be phenomenal if we can pull it off. But we have agreed that you're going to be our next roast. We're going to do the roast, the December roast that we do is going to be. You're the roast. You're the roastee, and we're all gonna roast you. What about bringing Romina in
to do what?
To roast, and we all help her with she might have. We sit down with her and help her craft some real good cuts on you in conjunction with what she knows that we don't know. What say you?
You're welcome to try. I don't think she'll do it, but you're welcome to try.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because she's just not that type of person. She doesn't want to do it. But she may. I may be wrong. But
so if I go to her and say, Romina, are you familiar with a roast? And
you cook it to a piece of meat. You cook it in the oven.
And I'm not talking about what you make for Thanksgiving. Okay, the big piece of meat that you go down and buy at the butcher shop, and you let it broil all night long, and continue to put,
put the crock pot.
Dan's already writing some. I'm jotting these down over here for when we get her to do the roast.
So I said, like Comedy Central, when they put a person up there, and then people come up to the podium and make fun of him in a non-mean spirited, fun, jovial type way, and it's called a roast. Would you
like a pot the roast?
No,
she's
like
not going to understand it, dude. But once she does understand it,
how about I get her? I get her to the Tom Brady roast.
There you go.
And I go, listen, Romina, I'm going to send you a link to what I'm talking about. And even people like Tom Brady, which she would know, has been subjected and have subjected themselves and offered themselves to be roasted. And it's it's for our audience. It's going to be huge for our brand. And it's going to be, really, really a good thing. And we'll help write some of your, some of the fun-spirited little pokes that you've probably always wanted to take at Dan. That, there's probably some things, Dan, that she's probably wanted to, maybe get, say to you and hasn't been able to, but under the guise of a roast, she might, be able to say it.
Yes, that's true. And she may do it. I don't know. You're welcome to ask. I will. I mean, I don't care if she does it or not. I don't think Giselle did Tom Brady, though.
Well, they're not married.
Yeah,
they're not married. They're
divorced.
They're divorced. What about Arlene?
My mom?
Yeah.
She'll have note cards, but she'd do it. She's funny.
What do you mean she doesn't have any cards?
She would have note cards.
Oh, note cards.
She's a 3x5 kind of girl.
Oh, well.
No, you got it. I think everybody's got note cards, right? I think you got it.
No.
I didn't.
Well, of course you're the best.
Yeah.
And
It's not about being the best. It's just about that not everybody has note cards.
Of course you're the best. And
I didn't say that.
And let's just, for those scoring at home, if you didn't hear the last part of the show yesterday, Dan agreed to do the roast under one condition. I had to shoot his condition down. And that would, yes, he'll be the roasty on this one. But all roasts moving forward, even though it's my show, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. The Bubba the Love Sponge show is presenting this particular roast, whatever year it may be. Dan wants to be the roast master for all roasts moving forward. I could not agree to that just due to the fact that it's not a show.
You could agree to it. It'd still be your show. I'm not hosting a radio show. I'm hosting a roast, a one-off.
Okay, Dan. We're gonna have to talk about that probably
We'll see how it goes after this roast.
Now, so do you think that Arlene would do it, or do you think that some of the stiffer stuff that like Steven and Jay and me are gonna say might upset Arlene?
I don't think it'll upset her. And she's the type of person that would absolutely participate. I don't think Romina would participate, but I think my mom would.
All right.
If I had to bet $1, I'd say yes to mom and no to Romina. But
right.
I don't. They're both welcome to.
And here's the thing about your mom: she wouldn't need any help.
No, she'd write her own stuff.
Right, she'd write her own stuff.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't need any help. Now, Romina's going to need some help, probably.
Who could convince Romina to?
I know who could. Steven.
Steven and maybe Ashley.
Oh.
Ashley Garrison?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that would be the probably. I think that may even be the better avenue.
Lummy, the seed's been planted.
Yes, we'll do.
So get Ash.
Yes.
Say, listen,
this
Romina.
This is a 5-star recruit, Lummy. You better get your team on this one.
So you might want to get your NIL money out.
You got to make this happen.
We may have to buy a new Louis Vuitton purse or something like that.
I mean, I don't think there'd be anybody better right now with just the names we've tossed around than potentially Romina.
I know, and her cute little accent. And if we give some real big zingers, oh yeah. Dan's nervous as hell. Dan. I know Dan. I've known him so long that he's concerned or nervous when he puts his hand over his face. When he starts, yeah,
No, when I put my hand on my face is because I'm trying to stop myself from chiming in.
No,
I'm trying to literally stop myself. I cover my mouth so I don't talk.
So okay, talk.
I know. I'm listening. I'm trying to listen instead of talking over people.
I presented said proposal. Now talk. I think that deep down you're not afraid of Arlene. It would be all nice-spirited stuff, little Danny stuff, stuff that wouldn't really put a chink in your armor. But Romina, really, that scares you. Just because
I don't think it really scares me. I just don't really think she's like. I don't think she would do it. She's more of a shy person. You know, she's not that outgoing person that you think she is. She's shy. She's funny when she's comfortable, but I think standing up with 10 people behind her, me in front of her, and a crowd of 20 people, knowing that 2,000 or 3,000 people are watching. I think she'd be nervous and lock up.
Well, Ashley's got a lot of work to do.
We could pre-record her, Bubba. We could get her comfortable. And we can record her.
AI.
Oh, yeah.
AI, Romina.
No. What we could do.
Funny.
Hold on. What we could do. Listen to this. Is we could go, to her house, have her sit, like in the living room somewhere, and just record her roast. Edit it so it's really, really smooth, and then say, Seth, because she was just a little nervous to be here in person, if everybody will go to the big screen, we're going to pipe in Romina, and Romina's going to, we previously recorded Romina.
And she's live from the carriage house bulldozing it.
I hope it would be funnier than when Kamala tried to do it for the roast last week.
Yeah,
her videos sucked.
It would be.
We won't have any. We're not going to have any celeb cameos.
So here's the bottom line: is I think there's a 50-50 shot that she agrees to do it live.
I think it's 50. It's 50-50, 40-60.
But I think it's 70-30 if she can record it in the comfort of her own home, and then we edit it and pipe it in, via like a recorded deal.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I think with a couple glasses of wine, she may be more amenable to agreeing or doing it live. Wine time.
This is so great.
We have wine time. We say, listen, Romina, what's your favorite wine? She tells us. We have a couple bottles. We
get a box.
Get a box. Yeah, we can just have a box. She can just pour it right from the box. We can put her right on the end of the table.
We'll bring it back, box wine.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we do another take where she's hitting the Cybertruck with a bat at all? Okay, we won't. That's too far. Sorry.
I think the bulldozing of the carriage house.
Is that enough?
Well,
that actually may end up happening.
Oh
so,
no!
Yeah, I'm having foundation issues after the last two storms.
Now listen, would you replace the carriage house, or
with
would
a badass carriage house at the capital C,
or would you just leave it a blank area, or would you build a new carriage house?
No,
I almost think that you can't function as in your day-to-day routines without a carriage house.
Yeah.
Without a separated home. Without a facility that's not connected to your regular. Hold on, meaning the only way to access the carriage house is through the door and up the stairs.
Yep.
You cannot access the carriage house from the big house. And I think that is essential. That dynamic is essential for you to carry on your day-to-day life.
Yes, the minimum I would need is what Rob Elder had before the storm. I don't know what he has now. He got rocked by the storm.
Where's Rob's place?
On open Tampa Bay off of West Shore.
Oh,
about 4 blocks north of Stevens.
But Stevens was kind of tucked in by those barrier islands.
I don't know why Steven didn't get destroyed, because Rob got destroyed. His first floor got destroyed, but in the second floor he's got this like an in-law suite, and you cannot get to it from the main house without walking outside, even though it's covered. It's got like a little, it's like 15 feet of covered path, but it is separate and distinct.
And that's key to your carriage house.
Yeah.
Being detached 100% from the big house. The only way you can get to the carriage house would be to actually leave the big house, walk
your silly ass.
quite a long distance.
It's 100 feet at least.
Yeah, at least 50 yards.
Yeah, it's between 100 and 150 feet.
And then up the stairs, and I think there's 2 doors, a door to the outside and a door to the carriage house.
The carriage house, once you get up the bottom door, that's it.
You should put another door in there.
At the top?
Yeah. I mean, while you're doing it, because that way then, if a person could breach the
first door, you have that 8-second warning.
Well, no, but make the second door at the very top way more industrial, or as industrial straight.
Yeah, with a little peephole.
Double breachable.
Right. It's not a bad idea.
For real. If it's just about hanging and you hang a metal door.
Yeah. A real door.
Right. That's what I would do. Hell yeah.
If I rebuilt the carriage house, I would make it similar to where it is now, but I would change 2 things. I would make each slot of the 3 slots a little deeper, so it'd be 2 cars deep. I'd make the ceiling a little higher, and the rest I'd leave exactly the same.
And I would do a little something better. I'd make the outside plateau area a little bit more habitable.
Dan, would you ever consider not using that house and renting it to somebody?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to rent it when I run for mayor.
There you go.
For real. I gotta have that as my mailing address by March 1st, 2026. I have to have my driver's license and everything changed over to the carriage house.
Don't bring Dan's address into your world.
No, I have to. You have to have lived in Tampa for a fiscal year before the qualifying period. As a matter of fact, I looked that up this morning, Lummy, when I was taking a poop.
Oh, nice.
So, Dan,
you said, wait, to run for mayor?
Yeah, to run for mayor in 2027.
All right.
I have to be a resident of Tampa by March 1st, 2026.
When does the fundraising start?
Soon. I'm getting with Steven.
You're not going to cross the funds of the show.
And guess what? It's nonpartisan. You don't have to declare Democrat or Republican. It's nonpartisan.
I like that, Bubba.
Yeah, me too.
But the Democrat always wins.
That's okay. I'll say I'm a Democrat. I need to do. I need two things to win. I need Steven to introduce me to the NAACP president. And I need to remind the African American community that I and Steven were the ones that had the Jackson house purchased, and the city of Tampa denied my purchase for me to rehab the Jackson house, and that was in 2011. It was going to take us about 18 to 20 months to get it completely rehabbed. We had an unbelievable idea for it. We had 7 law firms already lined up to do pro bono work, and Bob Buckhorn and the city of Tampa basically made it impossible for us to purchase that property because they didn't want us, particularly me, and then Steve as a kicker, to be able to look good or do something philanthropic and something good for our neighborhood, in fear that the bad guy is doing something good.
Are you going to announce you're running for mayor in front of the Jackson house?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Let me see it. I got very important people already making big time decisions.
Is he your campaign manager / strategist?
He's on my. He's in your cabinet. He's in my cabinet.
Sweet.
Dan's in my cabinet. Seth. You're in my cabinet.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
But I mean, Dan, that's where I should announce it.
I agree.
And say, you know what?
Idea.
If me and Steven Diaco, and I'll show them. I mean, Steve has the purchase agreement.
Mm-hmm.
We had $110,000 deposited into the Jackson family's account, and the purchase agreement drawn upon city approval. And the city came in and said, well, before we approve this, I want you to know that you got to clear up like $53,000 of fines because they fine the Jackson house every day that it's in despair. And then we're going to give you days. And if you've not met various stages of construction, we're going to give you 6 months to get the foundations right. And if and every day that you miss your deadline, we're going to charge you $500. Or what if weather or something like that? There's a lot. Listen, if anybody's
setting you guys up to fail.
Anybody is familiar with construction, you got all types of delays that happen. And so we're like, listen, what if there's 6 straight days of rain and we can't pour concrete and we miss our deadline? $500 a day. And so Steven, me, Rob Adams, Jay, we all sat down, Tom Bean, we all sat down and you know what? They are absolutely, first of all, we're not paying $53,000 of retro fines. And then secondly, we're not setting ourselves up to get fined $500 a day because the roof's not up yet because there was a shingle shortage. I mean, things like that happened.
They sure do.
And then they're like, and we're like, they're setting us up to fail. And so we had to pull out. But I'm going to announce I'm going to announce my running for mayor. Yeah, I have a checkered past. But you know
well,
what?
you have to.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to have a checkered past.
Gotta have something juicy to talk about.
But you got to be honest about it. And I've made some mistakes.
Then you've been rehabilitated.
I said, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to hear stupid stuff come out of my mouth like this.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
I'm going to say the Tampa Police Department just caught 2 criminals trying to break into your house. We're not worried about some TikTok star that's got a rap sheet a mile long, and I'm going to use, ABC Action 28 during my press conference to make this stupid announcement.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
And I'm going to make Dennis Phillips the city meteorologist, and I'm not going to make outlandish things like this because people that lived in evacuation A and B, there might have been some deaths.
You're creating jobs. I like that. I don't think there is a city meteorologist right now,
right.
Bubba.
This is literally catastrophic, and I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
So she was grossly derelict in her management of these 2 storms.
And she's been grossly derelict in everything she's done. Remember when the COVID thing came out and she wanted to do Friday night dance parties outside of the mayor's office on 93.3 FLZ?
Yeah, that was disappointing.
And it lasted 1 week because 93.3 FLZ said, I'm watching 5 people from the mayor's office dance is the stupidest thing we've ever broadcasted next to maybe Lesbian Tuesday. So, I mean, there's been nothing but I'm tired of you having the nepotism and the name wrecking, the good old boy network of Tampa running this city just because you're a caster and come from a long line of politicians and was the former police chief automatically makes you lock yourself into a 2-time mayor kind of deal. I'm tired of it.
She was out there last night at the Bucks game, rubbing shoulders with Rob Gronkowski, being in front of the camera a lot last night.
Yeah.
He was at the team store selling merchandise, wasn't he?
He was throwing T-shirts and jerseys down from...
Does he live here? I mean, he probably retained his house here.
Yeah.
He's here a lot. I know he's got a couple businesses here.
But Dan, here's the thing.
Yeah, but you're not running against her, but she has been a disappointment.
That's where it hurts me. And the fact that I cannot call her out. But I can call the office out by saying before her, let's not forget we had Bob Buchwald, who his bright idea as a city councilman was to have the 6-foot dancing rule.
Bob Buckhorn?
Yeah, Bob Buckhorn. They called him Bulldozing Bob, and he's the one that wouldn't let me buy the Jackson House. And he also was the one that came up with the 6-foot dancing ordinance, saying that women can't dance. You can't do a lap dance at a gentleman's club because the girl might have herpes and it go through your blue jeans.
Yeah,
man, you got herpes that can go through your blue jeans. I think you got problems.
Did you like Pam Iorio?
I loved her.
She was a pretty good mayor.
Pam Iorio was good, and so was Dick Greco.
Right,
both good. Here's the play that Mike Evans got hurt. Now, when will we know? Rat, your mic's on. When will we know today of what the extent of these injuries are, and when is Tampa's bye, or have they already had their bye?
Probably tomorrow, and I think they are 3 weeks out from the bye.
Okay, that could help. That certainly can help.
You may get the information this afternoon. I mean, I'm sure these guys are getting MRIs first thing in the morning, or already got them.
They probably got them last night. Do they have an MRI machine at the facility? Some places do.
They have one close by. They usually test
St.
next
Joe's
day.
is like two blocks away.
Was it the way the guy wrapped him up?
No, it was his stretch as he pulled. See right there, he did it. You look at he's already pulling down.
They show
the hamstring. He literally it's so painful. He releases the ball
because he's got the
right. And
he
he had it. If you look at it in slow motion, and
as Baker dropped it in, but
that poor guy is writhing.
The guy tackling him looks like he's slow to get up too.
He was on the injury report all week with a hamstring too.
Oh, he what with
right there,
on this leg right here, it's hamstring Willie. Monday Night Football last night against the Ravens.
So with a torn hamstring like that, you can walk, you just can't accelerate, decelerate, or change directions. So that's why he was able to walk off the field.
Here we go. This is the thing. Boom, boom. Had distance, man.
Oh,
Great route. Great route.
Good throw.
Now, I mean, he's got huge separation there. Bubba Mayfield just got to lay that bitch right, teardrop it right on in, right?
Yes.
And hold on. Doesn't even have to slow down or speed up, like it's in stride. So beautifully thrown. Hey, Cleveland, you used to have this guy that could throw teardrops, but you got rid of him for a guy that loves happy endings, and I think he's tweaked for the year too.
Yeah, sure is.
I mean, that's just a beautiful throw. So you're saying
right there.
Because 90% of the time, Mike Evans doesn't miss that catch.
Oh, no, that's not a drop catch for him. He doesn't drop those catches.
I just tore my hamstring, and this ball's insignificant. I'm trying to...
He had a touchdown already on the first drive of the game.
Mike Evans is one of the most durable players in the NFL. He's missed only 9 games over.
Man, I love that guy, too. I mean, that's tough for me to say as a Packer fan, but this dude has been one of my all-time favorite Bucks.
He's been a great guy for Tampa Bay.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he's had trouble, too, mostly.
One of the greatest Bucks ever.
And I'm talking, like, off-the-field stuff, too. I mean, he really picked up the Vincent Jackson torch and carried it for the community.
He's in the conversation of Derek Brooks, John Lynch, Warren Warren wasn't necessarily that good for the community.
He's a ring honor guy.
Yeah, he's top 3 all time.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I agree. Would you say with the 55 being number 1?
I'd say him and Derek Brooks. Yeah. Leroy Selman's there for the old school guys, but I mean, Mike Evans, nobody scored more points in franchise history. He got his 100th career receiving touchdown last night, which is crazy because Mark Andrews, the tight end for the Ravens, got his 42nd career receiving touchdown last night, and that's a record for the Baltimore Ravens.
Screw him, by the way.
They could have gotten that all in one game last night.
For 11 years now.
So, Dan, does it show any, as a doctor, help me out here, does it show any promise that he didn't have the meat wagon and come get him like Godwin, and he can...
he's missed only 9 games over...
Is it?
Injuries around camp, but 2019, his season ended on a hamstring. They were playing the Colts, and he ran the exact same route.
Exact same with the Colts. There, Dan, you think it's the step before. I think it's that plant right here. Right there.
If he tore his Achilles, yes.
And I hope we get some kind of prognosis on him. And because
he's a tough guy. He's come back from injuries.
Brett, can the Bucks go make the playoffs without both of those dudes?
If they win next week. If they don't, then I don't think so.
Who do they play next week?
The Falcons. So that game next week just got that much more important.
Let's say that Evans and Godwin are gone. Who steps up? I mean, are the Bucks looking to trade?
No.
Are the Bucks looking for the waiver wire? Are the Bucks looking at practice? I mean, I'm sure they're looking at all practice squads.
They signed Marquez Callaway, who's an old Saints receiver, last week to the practice squad. He'll probably get elevated, but you're looking at Sterling Shepard, Trey Palmer, and then the rookie Jalen McMillan to step up. But they're hoping for this run game to kind of kick in, and it did in the first quarter last night, so I think they can lean on that.
And I was getting ready to say, I mean, Baker can dink and dunk, too.
He can.
When he takes care of the football. Last night, he wasn't seeing the field. He looked awful.
I know. But, he doesn't need to necessarily have a Mike Evans that can stretch it out or a Godwin that can stretch out the field. That's what those two guys represent. Not only can they, do your 7-yard slant, not only can they do, the quick little deals, but you may be, if you turn your running game up, if you get it a little bit better, and the guys that you have you can dink and dunk a team all together. I mean, drag those tight ends. I mean, what's the Buccaneer tight end game like?
Cade Otton, he had 8 catches last night for 100 yards. It was a lot of garbage time stats. But the thing about the Bucs offense is you can dink and dunk with Baker Mayfield, but a big part of the success they've had so far this year is their ability to use Mike Evans and Chris Godwin as a decoy.
Right.
Chris Godwin is having a career season up until last night, so he's been really, really good. But now you're relying on these guys to out-talent the other team. You're relying on Sterling Shepard, a rookie wide receiver, and Trey Palmer to out-talent the other team. And at the end of the day, they're not Mike Evans or Chris Godwin. So I think they can do really well, but they've had a lot of success underneath because of the presence of those 1 and 2 wide receivers, man. They're just they are damn good. Both of them were leading the NFL in touchdowns headed into last night.
You think the Jets would take a second rounder for Devontae right now?
No. Shit for Mike Williams.
Not from Tampa.
Yeah, but boy, I mean, phew. So when I come back, we'll talk about, obviously the dream matchup for the World Series is now about to happen. Yankees, LA, Dodgers, Yankees, which is, kind of old school, but it's also the number 1 and 2 markets. And they're going the cheapest ticket to attend game 1 right now, the cheapest ticket on StubHub and all these, SeatGeek and all this kind of deal is right now recorded at 9. And the source comes from Ticketmaster. The cheapest ticket for game 1 is game 1 in LA or New York?
Oh man, I think is it New York? I don't know. It's Friday night.
It's in LA.
Okay.
The average price to attend Game 1 at World Series in LA is this is the average $1,841, and the most expensive is $35,802.
Well, I mean,
I would assume that's LA and Dodger Field is old school. I don't know that they have all the luxury boxes and things, so I think this might be like right down there by home base. I'm sure they have some kind of deal.
Well, these could be listed for whatever they want. I think come Friday at game time, I think that's when the ticket prices start to go down, because I don't necessarily know if people are going to pay for this or they're going to wait for the price to come down a little bit.
Oddly enough, I did this one experiment this year. I went to, I think it's SeatGeek, or there's so many different.
There's Vivid, SeatGeek.
So I went to, and so I'm watching the Super Bowl this year. And Lummy, I was playing this game to be like, okay, if me and Lummy wasn't at SoFi Stadium? Wasn't this year at SoFi Stadium?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And so I pulled up the SeatGeek gimmick, and I'm like, okay, and I had these 2 tickets at like the 40-yard line, 3 rows up.
Wow, that would be a great ticket.
Yeah, and like an hour before the game, they were $18,000 a ticket. Okay? Well, Lummy, I keep, and then I have like 3 sets of other tickets, in my favorite in queue that I can just go and look at them, right?
Okay.
So those 2 tickets that were $18,000, like literally they were like 3 or 4 rows up on the 40 on the LA side. They were some of the best tickets in the house. They were $18,500. Half an hour before the game, they were $9,000. So I'm thinking, if you were literally outside the stadium, right at a gate to get into, and you could literally, you knew where the tickets were, so you positioned yourself to the closest gate to those tickets. Lummy, they didn't sell, and they end up being $715. Oh. Hold on, 5 minutes after kickoff, they were $715. And I'm like, you could literally probably do this with every major sporting event, because they just go down, down, down. And let me, they're all exchanged electronically.
Yeah, so once you get it, you just walk right in the gate.
Yeah, once you get it, you just show the guy your phone that you got it, and you literally go on in.
Yeah, you have to pick up a physical ticket.
I think you could literally go to every major event and get. Now, those were the most extreme good tickets. I had a couple tickets like up in the next 2 levels that literally, I think the lowest ticket I got was the upper level, halfway, like around the 35 or the 25-yard line, almost clear to the top. Those were like $205 right before kickoff.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but those were $12.50, an hour before. So all you got to do is just, go to the game, position yourself to the gate, and you might miss the first 5 to 7 minutes.
Miss the national anthem.
Who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Watch it on your phone.
So, and there's nobody going to pay these prices, please. Does it start tonight?
Friday.
This is all, 3 days before. You'd have to be a sucker. I would never pay $35,800 to watch anything.
Game 1 of the World Series.
Yeah.
But this is a historical World Series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got Ohtani, You got Judge. I mean,
Juan Soto. It's massive. It's everything that baseball wants and needs to get the sport where it needs to be.
I can't tell you the last time. I got to go to words. I'm late. I can't tell you the last time that baseball had this dreamy of a lineup, right? I mean, I can't tell you the last time they had this, and you got Ohtani in there, who's, you got Judge in there, who didn't he lead the league in homies this year?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Do the Yankees still have Stanton?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is he healthy?
Yep.
Is he a factor? Is he hitting out? Is he jacking homies?
Yep. Hit one last game, I believe.
Yeah. Anyway, as you know, the Lynx, the Minnesota Lynx?
Minnesota Lynx.
The Minnesota Lynx won the WNBA, and their coach had a little something to say.
Did anybody watch that after Clark's team was knocked out? I mean, is there objective data showing that like the TV?
Oh, I'm sure
viewership plummeted after she was knocked out.
I'm sure of it. Here's the thing, man. Did you see where there's the collective bargain, the WNBA Players Association are threatening to strike?
They should. They're getting treated like slaves. They're getting paid nothing to work their asses off when everyone else in professional sports is making 10 to 100 times what they make.
Did somebody send me that article, or did I just see it somewhere? Let me see if you can find that.
How much are they supposed to get? WNBA lost $50 million this year.
I know, but come on, Dr. Dan.
They did.
Come on,
but
man.
Here's the deal. I don't understand how they lost $50 million unless they're paying off old debt.
Yes, it is. It's not.
They're paying like if you were to take the fiscal year in itself, I think it probably made money. But if you are gonna, if you're paying old debt off, then it's a $50 million hit. But if you just look at the season and dissect just the season, I got to think they made a ton of money.
Yeah, but for 20 years they've been working at a $100 million loss.
That's true. Well, but in that case, man, I mean, that's not even fair to the girls. We got to sit here. I, as Caitlin Clark, have to sit here and sell out arena after arena so I can pay back old debt.
Yeah, and make $80,000 a year. It's shameful. She's making more in college as a amateur.
I'll get to that stuff next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I wonder what the professional lacrosse players make.
Bring it on. Because the shit was stolen from us. Bring it on.
At least six figures.
I bet you they don't.
What's she talking about? What got stolen from her?
The championships, they lost, Bubba. She lost. That's your team lost.
I know all the headlines. Reed cries foul. Bring it on. Right? Bring it on. Because the shit was stolen from us. Bring it on.
So she's talking about a call?
Yeah, she is. Okay. Which you don't really see too many people saying.
Because you'll get in trouble if you fuck with the
refs.
Yeah.
If you call out the refs, they penalize you, don't they?
Normally, but normally coaches try to, not be so emotional when But what do I know? I've never had a WNBA championship stolen from me. I don't know what it's like.
Your first $5 line. Think I need a second opinion. Hey.
I will say I don't feel bad for WNBA players that are making $80,000 for working 4 months a year. That's all I'm saying. That's me, man. That's me.
Play $5 to get $50 instantly with Cold TV. Prize Picks. Run your game. I was going to tell you what real doctors.
Breaking news: the WNBA. Breaking news.
Oh, what's up, Shorter?
I'm getting ready to say that.
Yeah.
Both of these shorties. Shit.
Close your eyes. Give me your hand. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same?
I can't believe Lamar, Mr. Monday Night, had 18 touchdowns without interception on Monday Night Football.
Oh, boy. Jesus. What about Derrick Henry?
Jesus Christ.
They barely gave him the ball.
Did he have any yards?
Yeah.
He had 106
60-something.
60-something.
He had an 81-yard run. He got tracked
Oh,
down.
yeah, he averaged 11.3 a carry.
176?
169 yards. They had 244 rushing.
Dude, he's unbelievable. I mean, he is just fucking...
He's a fucking beast.
Just put him in the Hall of Fame. He's so fast. Like, he's still outrunning me.
You know what he's like? He's like Bo Jackson.
Yep.
Honestly?
Remember Bo? Because Bo was big like that. How big was Bo Jackson?
Hard to tackle.
He remind... I mean...
Hold on. Derrick Henry's listed at 6'2", 250.
Bo Jackson's at 6'2".
250. What was Bo Jackson?
I'm going to say 6'2", 235.
See what he was.
Can I say he's a little Adrian Peterson-ish, too?
Yeah.
Adrian Peterson is a small guy, though.
Yeah, but
Bo
Adrian
Jackson was 6'1", 230.
Okay, Bo is 6'1", 230?
Yeah.
Well, Derrick is 6'2", 247.
What's up, Paul?
Adrian Peterson was maybe 6 foot, and he's probably 210.
God damn.
He
Derrick
wasn't big,
Henry.
Adrian Peterson.
No.
Especially when he came out of college. I examined him. I saw him.
Who?
Adrian Peterson.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm. We passed on him into Cadillac. Dumb fucks.
Cadillac was good at first.
He just had a big injury though, Adrian, and they were worried about it.
Oh, that's when didn't Gruden want Calvin Johnson, but he got picked early. He got picked by the Lions ahead of.
Yeah, and then they were scrambling. They
Didn't your dad get in a fight? Didn't your dad get in a fight with McKay over Keith McCants?
Yes.
Your dad called him a bum.
Yeah.
So this guy's a fucking bum. And it was Ray Perkins at the time. And Ray Perkins had just left Alabama and overruled your dad.
Yep. And who lasted longest?
Well, Keith McCants is dead.
No, I'm saying is that
He is?
not Dad and Keith McCants, but Dad versus Perkins.
Well, Perkins was an ass
Well,
after 2 years.
Your dad, listen, Dan, your dad outlasted everybody.
Right.
I mean, coach and player. No, nobody played in the league or coached in the league for 30. Has there been anybody coaching in the league for 30 years? Did Belichick coach for 30 years?
No.
Well, if you take his full
resume.
Yeah.
What was your dad's official length?
33 years.
33.
Andy Reid's probably getting close.
Yeah, you're right. He's probably got 25. He looks so unhealthy though. I don't know how he still walks around.
Reid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's really looked that way his whole career.
I know.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com, promo code Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's podcast will be Clem Cush. Cush will have that up by 2 if there's not a lot of heavy editing, which I don't think you have to ever really edit. We just let it rip and say stuff that maybe we should edit and just let it stay in.
Yeah, I normally just have to edit Pigmentation, which is I'm getting recording today also. I think I'm going to record 2 episodes with them.
Oh, do 2?
Yeah, because they're bringing Craig's son's coming back, and they're bringing a guest, so it's going to be a lot.
Boy, that might be the new deal where it only makes Tuesdays instead of 4 Tuesdays a month being extra long. Just make 2 and record 2 each time.
That'd be great. I think I have enough people to work with to make 2 episodes today, so that's the plan.
That'd be pretty cool.
So I'll be here till 5:00 tonight.
So we were going over the Derrick Henry stats from last night. 15 carries, 169 yards, 11.3 a clip. And we were like, God, the guy's a beast. 6'2", 247.
What do you think the guys are saying about him that take a shower with Derrick Henry if they were talking about Arnold Palmer that way?
I mean, I don't know how big his penis is, but I'd hate to be a cornerback rolling up on him. He's
trying to tackle him in the open field.
Oh.
They're afraid of him. I'm sure they're afraid because it hurts to tackle like that.
It does.
Well, I mean,
Who's
it's a
the
guy.
guy-
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, Dan. I was gonna say I think they clocked him at 20 miles per hour last night. So
Yeah, they said it
at
was
250.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so fast. But
I mean, he's
who was the
bigger
guy
than- I
from
mean, he's-
Seattle that was
Marshawn.
Yeah,
Marshawn Lynch.
What was his numbers like size wise?
Oh man, he was a bigger guy.
He was
Yeah,
a big
I
guy
would say
too.
He was like
Beast
6'2".
mode.
He wasn't as fast though.
No, he wasn't.
He was more of a fullback almost.
He was 5'11", 215.
Here is
Nowhere near the size of
the
him.
head coach of the losing team of the WNBA, and she says that they got it ripped right from out. They should have won the championship, and there was a couple questionable calls that.
They do a series like they do in the NBA.
Yeah,
and
like
everything?
5-game series or something, and she cusses. I'm gonna have to try to strategically let me cut out the cuss.
And I know all the headlines will be Reeve cries foul. Bring it on, right? Bring it on, because there's stolen from us.
And she said because the shiz got stolen from us. She's saying the refs, they got the championship ripped off.
Bring it on.
I can't wait to see their January 6th type rally.
I can't wait to see the fine. I can't wait to see the fine that she's going to get. And here's the thing. It's too bad that coaches can't be a little bit more, I don't know, critical of the game and the refereeing and things like that, because
It loses all its credibility and integrity, though, if you're picking apart the officials of the game, though. I mean, they do make mistakes and they do come out and say that, but I mean, I feel like if you've constantly got your players and your head coaches calling out the officials, I mean, I just think gives more fuel to the fire to all the fans that think they're paid off in the first place.
Hello, who's this?
Hey guys, this is Bob.
813-90 Bubba, the phone lines. Yes, Bob, go ahead.
Staying on topic, the collective bargaining with the WNBA. If you can YouTube, there's a ton of breakdowns why the collective bargaining would actually hurt every single WNBA player. It would actually dock their pay like $50,000-$60,000 a year, every one of them.
What do you mean? Like I don't. Here's what I.
So they do collective bargaining and their pays goes down.
Hold on, I do have an article that. Hold on, I got an article that Lummy sent me that I'm gonna play here of two very attractive African American. Well, one attractive African American woman, and I guess they break down, this threatened lockout. But what are you seeing with regards to? You're saying that if they do collective bargaining or they go and renegotiate, that it's going to cost. They only make about $87,000 now. That they're going to go down to $35,000.
Yeah, they get crushed because it's subsidized by the NBA, which is not considered like revenue. Because the collective bargaining is like solely based on tickets, merch.
I know, but here's the deal. It looks like to me that they're bargaining based on, losses. The league's been around 20 years, and I don't think it's made money yet. But they obviously they had to make a ton of money last year. I know they just cut a new TV deal, so they're not playing under the old TV deal. So I don't think it's fair to the current girls right now that are bringing all these, and in particular Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, these girls that are bringing, that are selling out arenas, that are bringing, more eyes that want to watch them, which, hence they're
Damn.
What was that, sir?
Sure.
What was that?
That was a car going by.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not like a jet fighter.
So, I don't think it's fair to use. I think the only thing that would be fair that these women should be judged by would be last season's revenue.
$40 million loss.
So they
WNBA to lose $40 million in 2024 season. NBA will not see returns for years.
Well, so
I think that may be fuzzy math, Bubba. I agree with you. I think it's BS. These guys need to have better TV contracts. And I don't think it's that far of a stretch to think that referees can manipulate a game. That one ref got proven manipulating games for the gamblers. And
I
so
had him on the air one time. I actually had him in studio. So,
really?
Yeah. I had the guy in studio.
Yes.
Did
the Mafia have him?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, so, Lummy, you're saying that last year, even selling out stadiums with the new contract, that it lost $40 million. Well, then they should just close up shop because there's no relief in sight. Like it's like last year should have been a banner year. I cannot see how they lose money. How did they lose money last year?
Because the problem is everyone's going to watch. I was going to say one team, but technically two. Whoever Caitlin Clark is playing. So everyone else isn't packing their stadiums. It's only when Caitlin Clark shows up.
Well, so yeah, I mean, I can't argue with you there. I can't. So, the other 8 teams are putting 4,500 in there on a regular night, and when Caitlin Clark rolls into town, they're doing 17.5. That probably doesn't offset. That's probably not enough to offset the 34 nights that Caitlin Clark wasn't in Dallas.
And
playing.
everyone pretty much makes the same, right?
Right,
salary-wise, yeah.
And how much money do you think is going to cost them of their lost profits now that they have to fly privately for all the games? How much do you think that is, Bubba, for every team flying privately for every game? What you think? $30 million?
I don't know, probably.
That's what they're losing.
Anyway, buddy, I appreciate your insight. Thanks. Maybe they need to. I think they probably need. Here's what they need to do. They need to keep the money where it's at because they're obviously not making money. And then people like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark can get endorsement deals. Like Caitlin Clark makes what's her salary? $87,000, but she's got a $8 million a year Nike contract. So that's fair, right?
Her season her season's 4 months. So it's not like she's working like January to December.
Right, they can go work
87.
McDonald's drive-through with Donald Trump.
$76,000 in her first year.
All right, hold on here. This is
breaking news. The WNBPA Executive Committee and Board of Player Reps have voted that they are opting out of the 2020 collective bargaining agreement. So this means that the players and the league are now on the clock to negotiate a new CBA by the end of the 2025 season. And y'all, the timing of this decision is truly huge, coming off of a historic WNBA season that includes record viewership, increases in attendance by 48%, increases.
But again, they're not being intellectually honest.
Thank you, Angel and Caitlin.
Well, they're right. All of this influx of additional money, additional viewership, additional attendance is on the backs of about 3 or 4 chicks. Mostly one, but Angel has made it.
She's done a lot. She's had a good year. You just can't 100% put it on Caitlin.
I'm not.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I said 3 or 4.
But there's the other thing. So in 2026 is when their $2.2 billion TV deal kicks in.
Right.
So that should help.
In merchandise sales by 600% compared to last year. So this is a huge decision that was made.
All right. So the WNBA goes, hey, listen, you got one more year. Because our big TV deal kicks in 26. So, go ahead. I guess it can end at 25 because 26 will be the first year they're negotiating for a new deal. And that's the year that the new TV money comes in. So this is kind of pretty much a non-news factor in the fact that it's perfect. Our Players Association agreement, our CB, our collective bargaining agreement for the players ends in 2025, meaning, we want more money, different situations, which is great. We can probably give that to you because our new TV deal, which is what'd you say, Lummy, $1 billion deal?
$2.2 billion.
It starts in 26, which aligns great with the fact that you want to, your deal ends in 25. So you need a new deal by 26. Our new TV money kicks in for 26. So this is really kind of a non-story at the end of the day.
And now we wait and see how the league and the players are going to work together for the future of the WNBA.
So what are the players going to be asking for here, Chiney? What could we be looking at?
Yeah, the key issues are...
salary.
Establishing a new economic model that is truly more creative and ensures...
Well, now, hold on. They have a max salary, Lummy, of $252. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Player wages better reflect the growing business. They also hope to build upon professional standards that are set by...
I do like that girl's dress.
Teams like New York, Seattle, Las Vegas, Phoenix, all whom have state-of-the-art practice facilities. And of course, they hope to expand lifelong benefits for players, including retirement and family planning. So you can see right here, these are some of the points of emphasis that the league and the players are going to have to address.
So if those are the point of emphasis, I'm wondering.
Lifelong benefits. None of us really have that.
Yeah, well, in the NFL they do. After a few years,
This
you get
isn't
vetted.
the NFL.
I understand, and then sure the NBA does. And a lot of sports have that.
This is none of that.
The WNBA.
Looking to take this. Is there any possibility that we could see?
Girl on the left is cute as hell.
I think they should just let more men play in the league. It'll make it more interesting.
To me,
I think that they should make it a co-ed league, and with the rules being that there has to be one girl on the court at all times.
Oh, they're going to say shirts and skins.
No. I think they should make just a regular league, and the rule is you have to have one girl on the court at all times. So, in saying that, Lummy, you're going to have 3-4 girls on your roster,
Yeah.
and like 9 or 10 guys, dudes on your roster, and you got to have a girl on the court at all times. And chances are, the girls are guarding the girls. Right,
yeah, most likely.
What I've heard and what I've
you know what Kevin Durant got, guarding, Caitlin Clark.
Learned from the union is the fact that they're preparing to take as long as necessary to be able to have the best negotiation as possible. They have been leaning on their leading experts of their collective bargaining agreement and their advisory council.
All right, listen, there's nothing to see here. This is a non-story.
Someone on chat said no one wants to watch a bunch of girls miss half their layups.
The Ravens fan, remember the dude that says I can't be beat, I don't lose. We played the video. The douchebag that supposedly was identified and lost his job and the whole 9 yards. I guess he turned himself in. Ravens fan who was caught on video brutally attacking 2 Washington Commanders supporters has turned himself into the Baltimore cops after a warrant was issued for his arrest. 24-year-old John Callis, wearing a buttoned-up shirt, turned himself into police on Monday, where he was seen being led away in handcuffs. They had to do the perp walk on the deal.
Yeah, they did.
What a dopey bitch.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what he's facing, but I hope he gets the max. He's maxed out.
He's facing a few years, Bubba. I mean, you should play this video again for people that haven't seen. It is absolutely brutal.
Last week, cops told us that Callis was wanted for first-degree aggravated assault and 3 counts of second-degree assault. Of course, the video of the attack went viral, showing what police say is Callis wearing a Lamar Jackson jersey, attacking 2 unsuspecting Commander fans after the Ravens defeated the Jaden Daniels squad on the 13th of October.
He did get fired also.
Yeah, this guy did?
Yes.
He knocked out 1 fan cold and pushed another into a brick wall. The second man escaped without taking any further damage. Here is the footage.
Do we got a straggler?
So here's the deal. Dude, we got a straggler. So that means you got a couple of Washington fans. I think this was played in Baltimore.
Yes.
And so you got a couple guys that supported their team, the Commanders, that went to Baltimore,
which is not that far from Washington.
No, they call it the Battle of the Gateway because they're within 50 miles of each other.
Right.
So it'd be like us going over to Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not uncommon for the opposing team to be walking the sidewalks of Baltimore, getting to their car or going to an eatery or going to out drinking or whatever. And these two Washington Commander people, they're only guilty of having they've done nothing to this dude. They've done nothing to this. They haven't heckled this guy.
And I don't know why he's so bitter. Baltimore won.
Yeah, Baltimore won.
He should be happy.
These 2 dudes aren't like, yeah, man, Ravens suck. Baltimore got that ass. Commanders, just saying, woo woo. Nope, they're just minding their own business, walking down the street, and this guy and his buddy are like stragglers. Like it's
not
like
that it helps, but it's not how it is because they didn't record the first part. But it doesn't help this guy at all. It's saying that on surveillance cameras, he walked up to these guys and grabbed their jersey and hit them a couple times before this video even, and then those guys walked back to confront Callis after hitting them.
All right, so earlier on, they show surveillance footage that we don't have of this asshole, this Baltimore Ravens dude, this Callis dude, accosting these two dudes.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is them now coming back to confront him as to why did you hit us?
Correct.
Like, what's your problem?
Yeah.
Which isn't uncommon. Neither one of these dudes look like they're ready to fight. Like they don't have a baseball bat or a beer bottle. Or
it looked like they were trying to get out of the way when he was walking towards them.
Right. It looked like to me they were like, dude, like what's up? Like why?
Well, yeah,
why are you being an asshole?
Supposedly he grabbed the jersey and punched both of them in the face. There was
Earlier.
a third person, like 5 minutes earlier.
All right, and so this picks it up from
the second time,
the second encounter. The first encounter, Callis hit him.
Yes.
The second encounter has the two commander dudes who get re-hit walking up to Callis saying, dude, like, what's your problem? That's where this picks up at.
Yes.
Do we got a straggler? Do we got straggler? Do we got straggler? Do we got straggler? Do we got a straggler? Do we got a straggler? Do we got a straggler? I don't lose. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I dumped.
The only thing that's weird is those guys walked to him. Everyone was walking one way, and those guys were walking opposite to him.
Because they were walking up to him to say, dude, why did you hit us before?
That's where it becomes aggravated. Like if they'd come back and they'd had a gun and they'd shot him, they could have kept walking. They didn't need to.
But hold on, I'm gonna go slow here. They're not walking up in a confrontational type manner.
His arms are both in front of his shorts.
Well, he just got punched, Dr.
Hold on,
Dan,
Dan. What do you mean his arms are both in front of his shorts?
He's walking up like this, like this.
Yeah, he just got punched earlier.
He just got punched earlier.
So he's coming back aggressively. If he just got punched and didn't want any further business with this guy, they could have kept walking.
Just shut up. I mean, you think
they walked right up to him.
All right, well then you know what? The cops are wrong for arresting the dude.
I'm just saying this. It's not like this guy kept chasing them down. They walked back to him. They invited a second confrontation.
All right, let's let a guy hit you, okay? Let's let a guy hit you a half a block down the road, and then you go get Jimmy Clevis or your brother and see what your reaction's going to be when they come.
I'm going to win the second one.
Well, okay, Dan. Okay, Dan. You're the,
or I'm going to keep walking until I find a cop.
You got the biggest penis. You
no,
got the
I'm not
most
saying
money.
that.
You're the
I'm
biggest.
Not saying that.
You act like a douche sometimes.
That's not true. I'm just saying these guys came back for it.
It's very true. It's very true.
And the only thing I'm entitled to is my opinion.
Yeah, your douchey opinion.
Whatever, dude. These guys are walking back to him. Everyone else is walking the other way.
All right, so walking towards a guy and ask him, "Why the hell did you hit me?" You know what? Let's see who throws the first punch.
Can I just ask too? Why the guy behind Lamar Jackson? What's he filming? Because I feel like he knows what's about to happen.
That's because the guy already punched him, so they know there's going to be more fighting.
Right. So let's watch the guy. Let's see who throws the first punch. We're looking at the 21 dude and the 8 dude. The 8 dude's been arrested because the police, in the footage they've seen and they've analyzed, they put a warrant out for the guy wearing the Lamar Jackson number 8 jersey, which happens his last name's Callis. Turned himself in yesterday. So Dan's saying that the 21 dude approaches him as if it's his fault. So I'm going to go really slow. And Seth makes a great observation in the fact that why is whomever's taped the footage that we're seeing.
There's multiple people taping.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's this black guy with a white sweater on. He's taping. And then there's the guy that the videotape that we're watching. Obviously, he was taping. So why would you be taping this? Hold on. Why would you hold on here? Why would you be taping this potential encounter if you didn't know that Callis was going to go back to hitting the guys he's already hit twice before? Let's watch it frame by frame. There's 2 girls in blue jean miniskirts that are walking opposite the direction of the 2 dudes that have Washington Commanders jerseys on, that it's been determined they've already been pre-hit earlier by this Callus dude, the guy wearing the number 8 jersey. Right, Lummy?
Yes.
Surveillance has shown that the Callus guy wearing the 8 jersey, Lamar Jackson, has already encountered and already hit these guys once before.
Yes.
We got a straggler.
I'm just going to go frame by frame.
We got straggler.
And it looks like these two might be trying to square off. I can't quite see, but it does look like this dude right here is trying to hold his buddy back.
Yes.
Yeah, because his buddy's squaring off with him.
Because
Well,
he just got punched.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, if you get punched.
Yeah, again,
hold on.
It's not being.
Hold on. Now, to me, that looks like a retreat. Okay. Now, Dan, as much as you want to stick up for the 21 dude.
I'm not sticking up for the 21 dude.
Hold on. To me, it doesn't look like he throws. Okay, this is a kick. That's a kick from the 8 guy.
Right.
The whole process, the whole second initiation is a kick from the 8 guy. Hold on, ready? Boom. He runs up and kicks him. Boom, a kick. Now the 21's taking a step back because he got kicked, and here comes an overhand right from the 8. Watch. Boom. There it is. That's what it is. Hold on. So then after he knocked the one dude out, he picks up the 17 and runs him into a brick wall. Runs him in down, throws him down to the ground.
I don't lose.
And so, I mean, that's, and I don't think that there's anything that just other than cussing and, so, I mean.
Is that how Baltimore is all the time, man? People seem very unfazed by everything that was going on around him.
I mean.
Discover Peak Nutrition. Ziwi Peak Steam and Dried recipes for.
Upon re-engagement, the 21 dude wearing the Commander's jersey kind of looked like he might have been. It's not illegal to square up. It's not illegal to square up. The 8 guy kicks him, gives him an overhand right. He's out. Takes the 17 guy, throws him against the brick, throws him down to the ground. Then the 8 guy, the Callus guy, walks across the street saying, "I don't lose, bitch. I don't lose." That's why he's in jail right now. That's why I got it scored.
Yeah.
You think he's going to do some time?
I do. I think they're going to make an example out of this guy. I really do. Plus, I mean, the guy with that type of mentality, this probably isn't his first scrape with the law. Right?
Well, it's certainly not his first fight.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not his first fight. Did you see this, Dan? Surfer, this really, I guess, pretty popular surfer, Giuliani Manfrini.
Yeah,
she's like.
I mean, I don't follow women's surfing, just like you didn't follow women's basketball until this year. But it's a tragedy. I surfed in that same area when I went to Indonesia. And there's not a lot of sea life because the area has been fished out by the locals. But every now and then, a fish can hurt a human. And just this thing
is this kind of like a
right in the chest.
Michael Irvin kind of deal?
Right in the chest.
What was Irvin guy's name?
Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin. Michael Irvin was the famous wide receiver from Hurricanes / Dallas. So she's a renowned female surfer. And she's surfing where? Over in
Indonesia.
In Indonesia.
Mm-hmm.
And she got speared by a swordfish. So does that mean she's like catching a wave and a swordfish just like
comes through the air and gets it right in the sternum?
And he's just trying to. And as a fish, is he just trying to catch some air? Like, is he just being a swordfish?
I don't know. The swordfish use their extension to like spur up bait. You know what I mean? They use it to get the bait in the ball, and then they attack the bait. That's what they use that spear for. I didn't know they could actually, penetrate people with it. So
the tragic incident happened earlier this month. And I can't remember what that's called. Mazquit.
Yeah,
Masquet Island, a
that was
popular
at Mantua
spot.
Island, which is a neighboring island. It's all part of the, it's part of those chain of islands about 90 miles off the coast of like Jakarta.
For surfers, when a swordfish jumped out of the water and struck her right in the chest. Now, a swordfish, are those the ones with the real long beak that have,
like marlin, swordfish.
I think you got one on your wall, don't you?
I have a
sailfish.
A sailfish, which also has the same kind of.
It's similar.
They all have that same sort of proboscis, I think they call it, and they use that to stir up bait.
Manfrini reportedly suffered a wound 2 inches deep. 2 inches deep doesn't seem like.
Your heart's right behind your sternum, and those things are barbed. So they're made to be destructive. So it rips. It's not like just a stab wound. A stab wound 2 inches deep to the sternum, you could survive. Maybe not if you're in the ocean.
But when you're barbed or serrated,
it rips.
You surfed life and traveled the world doing what you loved the most. One of our 22,000 Instagram followers said in a death of you left this. You left this as a lesson, life, enjoying life, blah, 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 blah. Manfrini had a background of professional snowboarding before falling in love with surfing.
It's a freak accident. It's horrible. It's a tragedy, and it probably won't happen again for another 10 or 20 years. But, again, we are one with nature, and sometimes it backfires.
Liam Payne. Toxicology report will shock you. We'll get to that next. And it seems like every time, Lummy, I turn on my TV, I got Hogan on there. My God.
About time a real American starts getting more publicity around here.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Baby.
Is it still preseason?
No. Real starts tonight. Knicks at Celtics. Timberwolves at Lakers.
And LeBron's son's playing?
I think he's on the team to start the year. Yeah. Yes, Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. are going to the game to watch them. Because weren't they the only other father and son duo that played together? The Griffeys?
Did they get to play together?
Yeah. Man, I love Ken Griffey. He doesn't get talked about enough. Yeah, you probably aren't going to put I don't know when they're going to put Bronny in a tight game. I mean, I don't know, blowout. I mean, I don't know. I see you don't want to come out and go, yeah, we're going to put these guys together in the second quarter. Everybody tune in. Griffey's the only one to do it, man. I'm so glad I've retained some sports knowledge over the years. What's up, Brian? Everybody had Mike Trout as being the greatest player ever. I mean, I think the injuries have slowed that process, but I mean, he's not close to where Griffey was. I just don't feel like Griffey comes up a lot as the all-time great or one of the all-time greats. What's up, Tina? Man, it's going to be interesting, Felix. I say it goes 7 to really, really bring every ounce of drama and attention to the game of baseball that they can get out of this. This is going to be the best baseball gets.
This is the best stage they've had.
Oh, this is. I mean, they got the best players, the biggest markets. I mean, it's all laid out.
To
what he was investigating. Liam Payne's death investigation is now Liam Payne.
Okay, the Ripkins played together. All right. So look, I'm just throwing some shit out there, guys. All right, we're not,
So the Griffeys did or did not?
Yes, the Griffeys did.
And the Ripkins did?
Apparently the Ripkins did too.
Well, he played for like 40 years, didn't he?
I think Cal's still playing. Thank you, DK. There was a bunch of Ripkins. Cal Ripken was another guy that looked 40 his whole life.
Or never aged.
Yeah.
I see these college kids that look like they're 35 years old.
Some of them might be, man. They're getting all the
6
extra
years of eligibility.
COVID years, injury years, transfer years. I mean, all right, the Ripkins were brothers, not father and son. It's all clearing up. I'm so glad that I don't do a fucking real sports show with fact checking. I just like to talk.
The dad was the manager, though, wasn't he?
Oh, man,
So did you get the Dr. Remulak?
No, I did not.
That's another
Venmo?
No, sir. I'll come back with that.
All right.
Oh, look at this promo that's running. That looks good.
Bubba's Kinkles.
I like it.
What, Bubba's Kinkles made it?
No, I was just saying.
Oh.
Bubba's Kinkles. Hello.
That looks great, man. Support the show. Bubba, did you have them do it, or somebody made that?
No, they took it upon them. That's
that looks good.
Macho and Rat.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
Really good stuff.
Well, you know what? LeBron and Bronny aren't the first father and son to play together because LeBron's the coach of the damn Lakers. No, JJ Redick isn't the coach.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I think we had a Dr.
Remulak, $100.
Who?
Dr. Remulak.
Lumulak?
Remulak. It's an old caller, or a name from a caller that used to call Howard Stern as a prankster.
Fantastic.
Dr.
100 on the Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal at the Bubba Army. Slow. Very slow. People are getting ready for the holidays. I think people are trying to figure out how this election's going to go.
And I think a lot of people are also suffering from the hurricane because even if you didn't get devastated, you had to pay for hotels and extra food, and things got spoiled, and no power for 2 cities for a week. There's a lot of spoiled food. Everyone had to restock their fridges.
Well, people are still, people are reeling from just mentally, not only physically what it cost you, but just mentally, Man, I never thought going without power for 4 or 5 days was going to be that big of a deal. But phew, you don't realize how much turning that light switch on really means to you until you can't do it.
Yeah, I was turning on light switches when I had no power. I'd walk into a room and just instinctively flip the light switch. I found myself doing that.
I did too.
Must have done it 15 times.
I did it, and I'm not mad about it because that's what we're supposed to do when we go into a room.
That's right. Yeah,
we're not supposed to navigate the bathroom in the dark.
When I do that Innocence Project, one of the things that was noted that one of the prisoners, when he got out after being in jail for 34 years unnecessarily because he was totally innocent.
Did he get out finally?
Yeah. Not Michael Morgan. This is just another one of the guys that the Innocence Project has saved in Florida. But one of the things that was noted that he wouldn't open doors. Because in jail, you don't open the door. You wait for someone to open the door for you. The guard opens the door. You don't touch
the
doorknobs.
Because the door's locked.
Or it's locked, or just because if you open the door, they think you're trying to escape and they'll beat you down. But they don't grab doorknobs. And so this guy didn't know how to. When he approached the door, he'd freeze because he was so used to not touching.
So even as a free man, if he would go to
the first couple of weeks.
He wouldn't grab a doorknob. By the way, just to totally get off topic, where do you stand on the Michael Moore deal?
Still fighting with it, trying to get his sentence commuted. But, with DeSantis and, this pro-law stance, they don't commute a lot of sentences right now. Plus, the COVID-19 was an excuse, and then everything else was an excuse, and his re-election was an excuse. Now's the time he should step up and let a guy like him out of jail. Guy's been in jail for 20 years unnecessarily.
Debo, 25, cash up.
And the guy didn't do what they said. And they have testimony from a guy that said he did it.
Yep, and that the whole process was railroaded by the prosecutor in St. Pete, which is
isn't that amazing how prosecutors completely can just absolutely craft and concoct or not prosecute. It's just, you know what?
You lived it yourself, Bubba.
No, I know that's what I was getting ready to say.
I mean, you were railroaded by a rogue. I know. I'm supporting you.
I was trying to go down that path, but you took it over. But it's just, for some reason, I don't know why we don't have a checks and balances on prosecutors.
We do, but it's weighted in favor of the prosecutor. Like the prosecutor that was crazy in North Carolina and went after those Duke lacrosse players for rape, he ultimately got in trouble. But it took 5 years.
Only because the people he messed with's families had an unbelievable amount of money. Had it been just the normal guy like Michael Moore or me or somebody like that that's not well funded, these prosecutors come and go and do whatever the hell they want. These Duke lacrosse players were genuinely, to go to Duke is one thing. To be a lacrosse, I mean,
They're a national championship team school when it comes to lacrosse. It's a big deal. Duke's a very expensive and high-end school to go to.
They came from affluent families.
They come from good, smart, affluent families, and they were pissed because the prosecutor ruined 4 lives.
Yeah. So it's just amazing that I know a little bit of the logistics of this Michael Moore deal, and it's prosecutorial misconduct.
Mm-hmm.
It's refusing to look at all the facts.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Moore is guilty of being a black guy in South St. Pete. Michael Morgan, I'm sorry, that lived too close to a major crime.
Yeah,
and that's the only thing he's guilty of.
He was ID'd off his bicycle.
Dave Mars, $20.
She drove by, kids on the bike. She says, "That's the guy." I mean, it was such BS. It's frustrating, but it goes back many times. Senator Stevens, the guy from Alaska, was railroaded by a rogue prosecutor, and those prosecutors got promoted. They didn't get in trouble; they got promoted. Oh. The governor was of Virginia. There was a presidential hopeful. He got railroaded by the prosecutors. It was ultimately reversed by the Supreme Court, and those prosecutors got nothing but promotions.
The people that
the people doing Trump right now. Some people argue it's a rogue prosecutor.
Some of the people that didn't prosecute my case, there's people that got rewarded for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
disgusting.
Everywhere I look, speaking about one guy getting rewarded and one guy getting buried, God, the sex tape has not done anything to this guy other than made him rich.
Yes.
Made him extremely rich. And nobody ever nobody ever holds him accountable. Like, it's okay for what he did, but it ain't okay for what I did.
What did he do besides split the punan?
Well, I mean, nothing, I guess. He split the punan and hung a couple people out to dry.
I know he dropped. People seem to not be forgiving him for the N-bombs. I think that's one thing people constantly keep bringing up.
No, not really. He's pretty much. I mean, if that would have been a big enough deal, Trump wouldn't have had him on the RNC. But even the N-bomb that he dropped, it's not a big deal. Remember what?
He was baptized last year, Bubba.
Oh, that's right. Maybe I should get baptized.
I thought you were recently.
No, hell no.
Recently?
No. Didn't you get baptized when you were with your wife?
No.
I thought you did that. I thought you had like a second.
No, I never will.
We talked about doing a baptism in Hogan's beer, and then we decided not to do that.
Here's Hogan. I think he's on speed dial with Fox,
Oh, yeah. First it was Jesse Waters, then to Brian Kilmeade.
Is this the Kilmeade or the Waters?
This is the Kilmeade. This is
Trump, pump on, dude.
Saturday.
But the weird thing is, I've been going all over the country with Real American Beer, my brand new beer. And I wrote down a bunch of states I was at: Wisconsin, Ohio, Arkansas, Minnesota, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Rhode Island.
I wonder if anybody asks him about the sex tape. I wonder. Like, does anybody say, man, how about the sex tape? You ever talk to Bubba Army? I mean, all these states that he's gone to, Lummy, there's got to be some Bubba Army.
I mean, they're probably asking about him slamming that big filthy giant at WrestleMania 3 in Detroit.
Pump on, dude. But the weird thing is, I've been going all over the country with Real American Beer, my brand new beer. And I wrote down a bunch of states I was at: Wisconsin, Ohio, Arkansas, Minnesota, Georgia, Florida, Texas, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Illinois, Idaho, Nebraska, Michigan. And everywhere I've gone, thousands of people get in line to come meet and greet me. Everybody's for Trump. So I hear what you're saying about the polls, and it's even Steven, and it might be a close call, but let me tell you something. I don't believe the polls. It's going to be a landslide. You know, too big to rig, brother, is the theme here. And at the end of the day,
too big to rig. I like it.
All of America wants to get back to America. Not the way it used to be, but the way it should be, brother. Trump is on fire, and if you listen where people are speaking from, especially the Democrats, if they say Trump was responsible for the border wall.
Man, and I've never, in all the years, man, I've never known him to be so political.
Yeah, but he's slinging beer. I mean,
Real American Beer.
I mean, he is. When we talked at the RNC, you knew that he was going to take off.
Yeah, I know, and he has exploded. And I'm not jealous at all. I just shake my head and just say, wow, as many opportunities as he's getting, I'm not getting, because I'm still construed as or conceived as the bad guy. Nobody's giving me second chances. Nobody's giving me other opportunities because I am the one. I'm the piece of shiz that that did the bad stuff.
Maybe you have to bang on tape, Bubba. Maybe that's
them. If they say Trump was responsible for inflation, it's them. Because in the Bible, like I said before, if you listen where people are speaking from,
the Bible says you're supposed to forgive too, doesn't it?
Forgive, yeah. He
exactly who they are.
All right, so a couple of things. Trump set the tone, and I think it's the tone that you like. When he's at the Al Smith dinner, he noticed that Kamala Harris has white people for this, black people for this, Hispanic people for this. Trump thought that was something he should point out on Thursday night. Watch.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris. Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me.
So is that the type of humor that people like? Is that why he's getting so much of the man vote?
Brother, that dinner wasn't a campaign agenda. That dinner was fun, tongue-in-cheek. It's bipartisan. It was for everybody to have fun and make fun of each other. And for Kamala to pull a no-show, I mean, everybody was upset because everybody's been going to this thing for years and years and years. And it's just levity. It's just lighten up the mood and have fun. So, I mean,
Hogan's now a major Fox contributor.
Somebody just told him what bipartisan meant 2 weeks ago.
Exactly. I mean, like
it's a bipartisan dinner, brother.
He is now, for real, he is now a major Fox contributor. And I don't say that out of jealousy. I just say I'm probably too close to this situation. It just hurts me.
I mean, to be honest, you get on Jesse Waters' #1 show at 8 o'clock. I mean, I think it's his third time being
Donald
on there.
Trump is quick on his feet, man. He can.
Well, this is Kilmeade, and then he did Waters on Saturday, did he not?
No, Kilmeade Saturday. Waters is Wednesday.
But he's all smoke and mirrors. But when it comes down to business, he's a businessman. Like that economic forum where he schooled that guy who didn't know a thing about tariffs. Trump's been doing this all of it. Yes, thank you, Bloomberg. Trump's been doing this all of his life, and that's what America needs. Somebody put this country back on track. We want, God in our homes and in our schools and in our country. We basically want safety. We want basically to have, great lives, and we want to be able to economically afford.
Can somebody tell Hogan that you might want to take the sunglasses off the top of your head when you go on
Brother,
TV?
you never know when the sun's going to come out to play.
Good life and take care of our children.
You never know when them studio Lizites are going to be a little stress on for the Rizetness.
Trump is all about that. Everything I hear on the other side that's supposed to be hope and happy, it all sounds like doom and gloom to me.
Right, and you're like Trump in this. You have your focus, you have your career, but you also...
And you had your sex scandal.
I don't know if you heard, but Trump's selling sneakers, he's selling watches. You got that beer shirt on. How did this come to be? And how did you realize there was a lane? Because one thing about wrestling,
there's not.
You guys sell all the time. Right? You're selling the match, you're selling the tickets, and now you're selling the beer.
Got Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer here, and it all started with a conversation in the dressing room because I didn't want to get beat up too bad. So I'd always have my opponent talk to my opponent, said, hey, let's talk the match over with a beer and take it easy.
Couple Miller Lights and he's leaving out the perks. Let's have a couple perks, couple Vikes, and a 12-pack of Miller Lite. Remember, Lummy, he was a huge Miller Lite guy.
Yes,
out of the can and into the man.
That's
remember?
Right. Yes.
It's not a wonder he hasn't used that for here. Because that was his big slogan.
Well, that was Terry Bollea doing the Vikes. Now this is Hulk Hogan.
Okay,
Hulk Hogan only had
who's been baptized.
Yes,
there we go.
He's born again.
So when I saw that the neighbors didn't talk, the Republicans and Democrats didn't talk, I thought if we had Americans beer, Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer, we could bring the country back together, one beer at a time.
You know what's so interesting is there was a time maybe in the 80s with Reagan, you looked at Republicans and they were the white collar guys. And now it really...
Now Hogan's going to break down Republicans and Democrats, how they flip-flopped applesauce.
The switch. The president, even though he's a billionaire probably, he is more comfortable with the blue-collar guys. I look at you the same way. You've had a lot of success, Hall of Fame, millions of dollars, but you're more comfortable drinking a beer with the guys.
Well, brother, at the end of the day, I treat everybody the same. And when we're talking about John Kennedy and that old Democratic Party, when he got assassinated, I was in 5th grade. That party was kind of like the way Donald Trump is now. It was Americana, middle of the road, country western, NASCAR. It was Americana. And now all of a sudden, the Republican Party is like that. And when they tell you that they're that the Republicans are demonic and they're a domestic threat, listen to where people are speaking from. That's exactly who they are.
I hear you. Best of luck with the beer.
Man, he's going to be on Trump's cabinet. You watch.
Oh, no.
I love the entrepreneurial effort.
What's that, Lummy?
What is it? The fitness? What Arnold did before?
I think he does it right here, too. Watch.
You're going to meet with the president soon. Maybe he's going to call on you and tag you into the final 17 days. Hulk Hogan, thanks so much for your time.
You know, brother, I'd like to head the President's Council on Physical Fitness, dude. I'd get everybody in shape, brother.
I hear you. I'm inspired right now. I just don't have short sleeves on to reveal my guns, but they're very similar to yours. Thank you very much, Hulk.
Man, Hogan is now a major Fox contributor, and this is on primetime Jesse Waters, right? Let me. This is as big as it gets.
Yes.
Well, brother, at the end of the day, you know, this is chain of command, our Lord and Savior, the wife and the husband and the kids. At the end of the day, the mother.
Don't forget your best friend's wife, too. The Lord, the friend, the Savior, the husband, the wife, the thermos-like penis.
The wife and the husband and the kids. At the end of the day, the mother is to nourish, but the man is to protect, serve, and provide. So at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, is being a real man, being a real American, and getting this country and making it not how it used to be, but how it should be, brother.
There you go. I mean...
Is this beer any good? Has anyone tried it?
Yeah, it's all right.
Is it Miller Lite-ish?
Yes, it's a. The original Miller Lite before they started changing.
I guarantee you, Lummy, that whoever's brewing this beer or private labeling this beer, he basically gave him a Miller Lite deal and said, "Man, make it as close to Miller Lite as you can." Because that's the only kind of, because he loves Miller Lite.
It tastes like the Miller Lite from before they changed the recipe recently.
Well, hold on. I didn't know they changed the recipe.
It? Yeah, they changed it, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Oh.
And did what? Make it lighter?
Yeah, more watery.
This has fewer carbs.
This isn't like a Budweiser, though, is it?
No,
See,
no,
Budweiser to me is just, I can drink a Miller Lite. I can drink a Coors Light. I can't drink a Bud. Like,
no,
I just can't.
It's not heavy. But you can tell you're having a beer, not just water.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So we're going to talk about the pink cocaine that Liam Payne had in his system. And there's also reports that he jumped compared to fall over. Are you hearing that too?
I haven't heard that.
Yeah,
No.
I heard that as well. We'll do that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, they haven't really talked about what
she
saw.
You have a beard. Kind of can taste that it's a beard.
Yeah, it's that kind of beard.
So Beach is Bubba fan.
Nick, thank you.
Is he Pippi Short Trucker? He just sells shoes now too. J-Rod 4455, 47 months. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Please, please. All the help. Times 20s. Different. Morning, Wolfman's brother. What's up, Little Warriors Afterbirth? That's Travis. Yeah, Cooper Lips is knocking out those busts pretty good. What's up, Mr. Mark? We're just waiting on the last couple files to come in.
Got a vendetta, even though a vendetta left in the cold with a thin sweater. I said, shit, this Josh is go, bitch, come on in.
Was it really good?
This insecure. Let's go dancing. Can't take the foot where you can see these stars. Bam, bam, bam. Just no matter what I do, I can't convince you. I got a confession to make.
What, buddy?
Hulk Hogan has just convinced my family to vote for Donald J. Trump! Woo! Take a shot at my fucking hero! I knew I had to do something!
Right. At least two?
No, me and my wife, and my daughter and dogs. That's 5 votes between us. I've gone and gathered up the...
You're bundling for him?
I've gone and got the mail-in ballots for all the people in my neighborhood that died this year.
Mm-hmm.
And I have their ID.
You do?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You don't even need ID. You just tell them who that is. You just tell them their date of birth.
And I'm bringing multiple illegals.
Oh, there you go. That's even
That all feel the same as I do.
Man, you really got it down.
Do they like Hulk Hogan?
They love Hulkster. They bleed red and yellow. They ate their prayers and drank their vitamins. See, Chip voted 6 times. He knows. I'm really voting every day. Fucking dirty ass fucking stretchy Hulkster.
I am a real American. I will loves a woman. Hey, who's ever talking, shut the fuck up. You guys are horrible. I told him, John.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios. Aquabeto.com. Promo code BUBBA. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Much good job, or Brad, whoever put that together. What's up,
machine?
What's up, Fesh? How you doing, Fesh? Today, the after show will be. Seth will be working till about 5 o'clock today.
It'll be worth it, though.
Just turn the, you know what? Just turn the air up and lock the doors when you leave. Be like the Maytag repair. Just turn the lights out when you're. What is it? Was it?
We'll leave the lights on for you.
What was it? Yeah, like the Motel 6.
Motel 6.
Yeah, just leave the light. I'm just asking you, Seth, to make sure you turn everything on down, turn the air up, and make sure the gate closes when you leave. Kind of wait a little bit till the gate closes all the way. That way, you know it's completely closed, so the homeless man doesn't. Well, he doesn't really need the gate open or close. He just high jumps it. He's 7 foot. Let me have you. Did you go back and see how bad the fence was?
Yeah,
yesterday?
I was talking to Wolf about it. And those two drops are on your button bar now, too.
Those two what?
The drops. Thanks, Fish. And how you doing?
Oh, they are?
Yeah, right there.
Let me find it for you.
Good, thanks, Vash.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash. Good, thanks, Vash.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to say.
I mean, when we were at the top of our game, the biggest ever, when we could just break the ratings down and no other personality could even think about talking about the ratings, we were, and you guys nailed it one time, 18-34. I think you were in 3rd or 4th place. Probably got a bonus from it.
Yeah, we got I think we got top 3 bonuses back in the day.
And we were just like, man, and we played it yesterday during the podcast, and you could see there wasn't, like, we weren't being a dick, like we were happy for you. And so we went into our Fisher and Boy imitation deal.
Good, thanks, Vash.
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash.
We were paying.
No, it's an honor, man. Thank you. I'm honored.
And here's the thing, man. When we worked with you, you probably hated me. The whole entire building hated me, and things like this didn't get back to you because they didn't want us to look good, to you.
Well,
we were trying to throw you a little bit of a bone.
Well,
Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Vash.
That was a fleeting thing.
I know, but like, that's putting you over. You didn't know. You didn't up until yesterday. You didn't even know that we're putting you over in our own little put over way.
No, I did not. I did not know that was putting me over. But Bubba, I had met you before. We did the interview with you when you were on satellite, and you came in at 97X in the studio.
Well, that's right.
You and Brent, and so my interactions with you had always been positive.
Right, and I think that was pretty good.
Oh, it was real good. Yeah, I mean, it was. I think everybody in town was listening to 97X that day when you came back on the radio for the first time in a couple of years.
Was I making the announcement that I was going to satellite, or was I making the announcement I was coming back?
You were already on satellite,
and I was coming back to the Bone.
There was no Bone. You were on satellite. You were promoting satellite. You were giving radios away. It was a big deal, and you came on 97X to promote it, but to also, quote unquote, pass the baton to us so we could try and hurt 98 Rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, why would Cox allow me to promote satellite radio?
They wanted you to endorse us to hurt 98 Rock.
Okay, good. Did it help at all?
Yeah, I think so. It couldn't have hurt.
Liam Payne, was he really that famous?
One Direction was massive.
Right. So, and he was part of One Direction.
Yeah.
Was he the main dude on One Direction, or was One Direction like 4 main dudes?
It was 5 guys, wasn't it? Wasn't that the template?
Yeah, I know Harry Styles is maybe one of the biggest guys to come out of it.
And it was it a boy band?
Yes. Manufactured by Simon Cowell. It was his putting together. He got the guys together and he knows the template. He had the formula.
After Lou Pearlman got out of the boy band business, not necessarily by choice, Simon Cowell's like, let me put together, because anybody that has any capital or any swag that's put together a boy band, most boy bands have gone on to make a lot of money. I mean, if you look at
big ones,
New Kids on the Block, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Menudo, which now is part of the Menendez trial. Did you see where they're now considering a letter written by one of the Menudo brothers that says that the Menendez dad raped or had something to do with him? Liam Payne, part of One Direction, had multiple substances in his system when he died in Argentina, including a mix known as pink cocaine. Now, is pink cocaine with like something else chopped into it to make it pink? And is the pink just coloring, or is it another drug that makes it pink? Dan, that would probably be a drug. Not that you do pink cocaine, but you might know.
Based on what I read, it's probably a product of the other drug, which I believe was a methamphetamine type drug. 4
forensic examiners were told, and also found crystal. Is that crystal as in the champagne, or is that crystal
meth?
Oh, okay. In his blood, but they spell it kind of weird. Cristal. In his blood, which is the Argentina. Okay, I'm sorry. If I would have kept on reading, Dan, you're right. Cristal is the Argentinian version of methamphetamine. ABC News first reported the news, adding that ketamine, ecstasy, and pink cocaine were also part of his drug cocktail system. In his system, our sources say police found a bottle of alcohol in his hotel room, as well as prescription medications, namely anti-anxiety meds. The test results appear to back up what cops have already said, that drugs may have been a factor in his suicide. Photos from the hotel room show the place a complete pigsty. If you're going to kill yourself, try to tidy up a little bit, you know?
Yeah, might as well.
Don't do it at a hotel, man. I mean, that's...
His TV was smashed, and there was white powdery substance and drug paraphernalia in the room, which was littered with broken objects, as first reported earlier this year. Liam has been, I guess he was doing interviews and things like that he was, sober.
Where was his girlfriend? Does it say anything where she was during all of this?
No, it really doesn't.
Because they showed videos of he was posting on Instagram like an hour before he died, and she was right there with them. They were
and
just
hot as hell.
Was she?
Can you send me pictures? Seth, you're right. It was like within.
It was like an hour before he killed him, or he died.
That's such a tragedy.
Like an hour before he died, and didn't he die during the day?
Yes, and hotel security was. I mean, they called, or I don't know if it was a hotel mate or somebody called security and said that somebody's acting very erratically.
Did you send it yet? Are you finding it?
Yes, I'm sending it.
All right.
Yeah, he had. So let's summarize it. He had cocaine. He had methamphetamines. He had ecstasy. He had ketamine. He had a benzodiazepine like Xanax, and he was drunk out of his mind.
Which one am I looking at here?
The hot blonde.
No. Can you see the? I need to find the one that was taken an hour before his death. You just sent me this page right here.
Oh, it was a video. It was a video. That's floating around on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe you could.
Somebody put all of his Instagram stories together from his last one. Dr. Dave, is it just the benzos and the alcohol is a horrible combination?
Well, that's how people died back in the '60s. It was benzos and alcohol.
What's a benzo? Like
Xanax, Halcyon, Valium. So in the old days, Klonopin. In the old days, people would take too much Valium and alcohol, and they'd stop breathing. So now you add all these other things. Ketamine is a hypnotic. It just puts you out. and then you add methamphetamine to keep you awake, the cocaine to keep you awake, and it's
so. Are they just in here struggling against each other? So like you got the keep your wakes versus the one that puts you to sleeps with the alcohol depressant.
So what does that do to you? That makes you angry and clueless. You're super aggressive. You're super angry, but you're blind. You're
angry. But you got your vision. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got my vision.
But so Dan knows how to take it just to the brink of death.
Right. I don't take that fifth drug.
I think Dan's every day. Did you find it, Lummy?
I'm not finding it.
Okay.
Red's saying that the laptop was smashed and two females were seen leaving his room, like mystery
Liam
females.
Payne's death investigation is now yielding some results, at least as it pertains to what he was doing in the moments before he died, falling out of his hotel bed.
Maybe this will, because this is quite long. Maybe this will get into the footage that was shown an hour before he died.
Balcony, although police have said they used the word jumped.
So there you go. This is where I got this at, Dan.
They had the same complexion.
The police say that he didn't fall over; he jumped.
Right.
Have said they used the word jumped. That he jumped from that balcony. We'll get into what.
Hey, he's got an extra Bubba Army chevron on his forearm.
That means in a minute. But
right.
What they found in his system is shocking.
An incredible cocktail of different drugs. They say that the toxicology results have yielded. Talking about cocaine, crack, also something they call pink cocaine, which is really this combination of amphetamines,
I sent it to you, Bubba.
cocaine, ketamine, MDMA, all of that. So
Charles, there are also some anti-anxiety prescription drugs in his system, and you could imagine that the entire cocktail effect of all of these drugs could have put him into some sort of psychotic episode or hallucinogenic state that could have led to this result.
Yeah, I mean, you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's Dantastic.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Shirt's Dantastic. Jeez.
Man, some of you people are correct about Dan. Sorry.
Buddy.
Yeah, look at the survey.
What survey?
Phoebe. I mean, that Seth's mom did on Facebook.
I'm not familiar with
Lummy.
I'm not familiar with Elise Kushner's.
Get to send it.
What happened?
Facebook survey. What did Elise Kushner do a Facebook survey saying how cool?
Me versus Brian, it was 15-1.
Morning, everybody.
Man, you're really digging deep when you're going down to Elise Kushner's Facebook results.
She likes me. At least one Kushner likes me.
Man, you're digging deep, Dan. You get Elise Kushner's Facebook results that had a total.
My mom ran a poll that said Dr. Dan or Babyface.
Yes.
Are you for real?
I swear to God.
50-1.
It was 50-1.
50 or 15?
It was 15-1. I don't know what it is now. Last night it was 15.
Are you serious?
Man, I didn't know your mom was that heavily involved in programming the show.
God bless you, Miss Kushner.
I need to talk to her a little bit more often about the do's and what I need to cut back on, what I need to accelerate.
You're friends with my mom on Facebook?
All right, so Lummy, this is an hour before he died?
Yes.
Morning, everybody. Here's a little video of me. It's rude to put hats on the table.
Sorry.
Is this your hat?
Yeah.
I mean, he seems so normal here.
Children.
That's where he died, right? No, they're on the ground. They're on the ground level there, aren't they?
Looks like it.
Yeah, that's where I think he fell into.
Oof.
That area there. I think there's an area above from where he's sitting right now that might be the bedroom area, because I think that's where he landed. Was on those, in that either those bushes or on that concrete step.
A lovely day here in Argentina. This is the breakfast table.
I'm just eating an orange.
Just enjoying coffee and breakfast, even though it's like 1 p.m.
Literally, we sleep in every day until at least 12.
That means you're up till,
4 or 5.
I mean, if you're sleeping every day, and he looks very groggy there. If you look very glassy-eyed there. And if you're sleeping
dead
till,
eyes, they call it.
If you're sleeping till 1:12 or 1 o'clock, phew.
Jay's mic.
I didn't smell the high karate.
Such losers.
Let's see what she says. What did she say about loser? You don't know that you're really talking to. I mean, you're within an hour of. Were they engaged, or this was just straight girlfriend?
I've just seen girlfriend.
Yeah, just girlfriend. Looks like
enjoying coffee and breakfast, even though it's like 1 p.m.
Literally, we sleep in every day until at least 12. We're such losers.
Man, she's got that California Valley girl fry.
He's got dead eyes, and he looks angry.
But he does not look intoxicated.
No.
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 Yeah, I mean,
he looks a little messed up there.
Not that. I mean, not enough, Dan, to, and 1 hour from now to be dead.
He's not like David Hasselhoff eating a Big Mac wasted.
Morning, everybody.
I mean, he's.
Wait, Wizzy said that his girlfriend was home 2 days before he died. So I guess this was like an old post that somebody said was.
Oh, so this was not an hour before he died.
Yeah.
She had already She had already gone home.
Yes.
Do you think that she had gone home maybe because he really started getting into the drugs, and she's like, I don't want to be a part of this because it's going to end badly?
I don't know if you'd leave somebody you love with a bunch of drugs. If you knew it was going to end badly. I don't know.
I want to try to do a few of them before you leave.
And so, and I think it's important to say this, that the Argentinian authorities are saying that he jumped from the hotel balcony. Now, we don't know whether that's based on video. They have surveillance video in the hotel, whether it's witness accounts. We don't know. They haven't said. But even if that's true, that he jumped,
when you know that he's on all those drugs,
that does not mean he was trying to take his life.
And so the video we watched, we have to make sure everybody knows that was not an hour before he died. That was literally days before he died.
Bastards.
Right. That could mean that he's hallucinating, and there's certain.
Yeah, I mean, if they're saying you jumped. You could be on a modern day hallucination Willie where you think you can fly
or it's not that high.
Or it's it's 10 foot, not 22.
I guess he was seen with sex workers on the hotel camera the morning of his death, and his social media was all pre-scheduled. And this is coming from my wife. Apparently, is not working during the day and is on TMZ.
Perfect.
Because she's into the Menendez brothers too.
My wife as well.
And I'm into the facts that she's going to give us.
Yeah, well, she's
preparing me far better than her husband.
Sex workers.
Evidence of that by the staffer who found him in the hotel lobby and was so alarmed.
Right, when they called 911. Remember the words they used, that this person was in and out of consciousness and was clearly on the suffering from the effects of either alcohol or drugs or both. And now, based on the toxicology, it seems it is both.
See, a lot of times not that I'm a big druggie, but I mean, recreationally, I probably dabbled in some stuff. But it's like when you might be okay, as long as you don't have any fentanyl mixed in with you, which you never know. But like it seems like, Dan, that alcohol tends to be the mitigating factor sometimes. That really is the thing that kills you when you're doing some of this stuff, and then you throw alcohol because it's a natural depressant. And so, am I right on that? Is the alcohol
never helps, and alcohol is almost always a common denominator because everyone that does these drugs also drinks.
Right. So when you throw alcohol on top of some other stuff, is it just like a supercharger? Or?
Yeah, and it makes all the effects change too. But Heath Ledger, was he on alcohol?
I don't think so.
It was just
everything.
Straight heroin.
Just everything. And then what about the fat guy from
Chris Farley?
No, not that guy. That was all cocaine. I'm talking about the guy, the intellectual guy that
John Belushi?
No.
Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Hoffman. Yes, Hoffman.
He wasn't a fat guy.
He was fat, and his friends left him with the drugs. His friends left him with all the drugs, and so they're to blame too.
So I mean, if your friends come over and they give you drugs, and you guys are having a drug-filled party, then you're advising those people that when you leave, don't leave a bunch behind with the guy because he doesn't have any buddies to help him. Take them. Take your drugs with you. Well, not that you're giving that advice as a lawyer but just as a common sense man. one should say that don't leave your buddy alone with a bunch of drugs that could hurt him.
When does personal responsibility come in here, though? I mean, his girlfriend left 2 days before. He's seen with hookers. He's got ketamine, ecstasy, alcohol, cocaine, pink cocaine in his system. I mean, did she know all that when she left? It's kind of a high threshold to hold his friends responsible for his own actions.
But here's the deal. Like, even if she did know, there comes a point where it's not her responsibility. Maybe she left because he wouldn't cut back on it or he was doing too much.
Maybe he wouldn't do what she said.
So at the end of the day, man, You're right. Personal responsibility, what you decide to ingest on your own, that's on you.
This isn't Matthew Perry where doctors are giving him prescription drugs to help him sleep for decades. I mean, this is
and then he's buying.
Hold on, then
Matthew Perry
jumps off a wall.
Well, then Matthew Perry. The problem with Matthew Perry is he wasn't sticking to what his doctor was giving. He was going on the streets to get more.
Right, and his handler was getting it for him.
Right. He wasn't going down to CVS and getting his benzos and his whatever the hell he was getting. Because he would go through his doctor's amount and he needed more. He would go on the streets and get it, and then at that point, man, all bets are off. Because fentanyl is. They're putting fentanyl in everything.
Well, and also that's enabling somebody that's got a clear addiction, and that's people that are on his payroll. And then we don't hear anything. It's not his personal handler. We hear that he was really messed up on a lot of narcotics and different types of sedatives and stimulants, and at the same time, like Danny said, alcohol reduces your inhibitions. That's why kids that are drunk have sex when they shouldn't have sex, and that's why they drive when they shouldn't drive. And so that's also when you jump off a building when you shouldn't.
Adults too.
Yeah.
Everybody does crazy stuff when you're on alcohol.
Alcohol alone, and then you add it on top of the stuff. And like Dan says, there's this, or you say as well, it's just a cumulative effect that you start losing your inhibitions and you start losing your judgment. And then you start making bad decisions.
You start losing reality too.
It
distorts that much in your body with all those things like ketamine. It distorts reality. It's a hypnotic. It's like being on a high dose
horse tranquilizer.
Haldol.
Right? Several bottles of alcohol in the room, as well as the paraphernalia that was used to actually ingest the.
Now, you can look at that right there. And that looks like a really illicit, party, very, very, very possible bad situation. You're not even trying to hide the burn marks on the furniture. You got a whole bunch of good stuff usually doesn't come wrapped up in nothing.
In tinfoil.
Nothing. Nothing good. On the streets. Now, if we go over to Arlene's and she's got a pie wrapped in tinfoil, that's one thing. But when you get something from the streets that's wrapped in tinfoil, that's usually 95% bad.
Yeah, if it's in your pocket, in your car, in a hotel room, and it's wrapped in tinfoil, it's illegal.
Right. When you go to your mom's and she's got leftovers in tinfoil, that's okay. But 99% of the time, street level tinfoil is not good.
And that really toxic Dove soap.
And look at this. And so he's not even trying to. I'm sure he's at an Airbnb or a hotel.
Is he smoking the foil? Or
if we were to look, is he smoking the foil?
You see that right there? He made a smoke pipe.
Is that like a joint?
Yeah, it looks like it.
A tinfoil joint?
Yeah, you put cocaine in there and some other stuff, and you can smoke it.
It makes a little pipe.
And so, Dan, what causes all these burn marks on the furniture? Is it when
laying it down when you're done? The match you forget to put out because you're so screwed up.
And now what's this? This looks like a crushed thing of tinfoil with residue. This looks like a cap to a pill bottle or bottle of alcohol. That looks like an alcohol cap to me. And then you got this. What this seems to be residue.
It all looks like Coke residue.
It looks like a crime scene.
I don't know what the bar of Dove soap. If I'm Dove, I'm like, can you guys Photoshop us out of that? We really have If you're Dove, you call up Jay Diaco and say if you can do some kind of court order to get that distorted, because
I got a hankering for a bar of soap all of a sudden, though, Bubba.
I just want to wash my ass. Is that a wine glass too? Right in the foreground, the front right, front right,
right here.
No, front right, bottom right. Right, right there.
That's,
like a wine glass.
That's a wine glass.
There's a little wine left at the bottom.
What he's doing with, maybe he's just using this soap Dove soap box to cut things, like he's using it as a cutting board or something, because I don't know what soap would do for any of this.
And maybe he hides his stuff in it.
Yeah, that's where he transports it.
And then look next to it. That's like the top of a can that's all burnt up.
That's
See that?
Yeah, that's the top of a can that's been like.
No, that's not.
What
Do
is
you know
it?
what that is?
What is that?
That's the top of a can that's used as a hiding can. You know those cans that look like a beer can or a Coke can?
Right.
You unscrew the top?
Right.
That's the unscrewed top, and inside you could put like
But
8 ounces of drugs.
Right, but it is the top of a can.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is he may have used the actual hollowed out can part
to cook
as
something.
like a bong or a cooking deal or something. Here's a book of matches. I don't know. Is that like lotion?
That's where the bottle goes to. That lid over there, I think, goes to that bottle. The one all
Looks
the way
like
at
the
the top
same
right.
That looks like it's got a bottle lid to it.
It does.
I don't know what this is.
Lighter.
Okay, that's a light. Yeah, that's right. That's a light.
green lighter.
That's a lighter. There's this tinfoil joint. Here's all this remnants of tinfoil that all the cocaine and pink whatever was. Now is that like a candle?
It looks like it.
Like a candle kind of deal. Here we go.
These drugs, you see that they say that tube you see there is a foil, a makeshift pipe used to smoke some of these drugs.
Yeah, I think this does start to paint a picture that he was heavily under the influence.
I mean, you can look at that picture and not know the outcome of who you're talking about and say whoever indulged in this in this setting, in this picture, probably either overdosed or got really, really high to the point where they might have had a problem.
Yeah, you look at that and you think,
that's not
did
even
that person
responsible.
die? I would say if I looked at that picture, the question would be, is that person still
I'd be
alive?
like, is that John Belushi's room or something? Like, I mean, there's a lot of things going on there.
A makeshift pipe.
Here.
Because you have to understand the neglect and not caring that's represented in this picture shows you his mental state, and the fact that you're not caring about leaving char marks on the furniture. You're using hollowed out cans as possible,
Is that the bottom of that circular thing? Is that the bottom of the can?
No.
The bottom you thought was a candle?
Right here?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's not that
looks
high.
like that looks like just literally a candle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can look at this and say there's a lot
going on.
The person that created this mess, chances are, man, they're dead. Mm-hmm. They're dead.
Used to smoke some of these drugs.
Yeah, I think this does start to paint a picture that he was heavily under the influence. I think initial reports were that maybe this was a fall, but if you see the balcony doesn't really lend any credence.
No, man, I think he Supermaned off there, D. I thought, you thought he could fly. Like
It's only 45 feet up.
They can tell by the prints.
45 feet up?
The idea that he fell, there's a guardrail there. Something happened where he was in a state of either hallucinating or...
Yeah, he's like, man, I'm going to do a gainer off this top here.
Well, that's how you can tell if he jumped or fell. If he fell, there'd be like a brush mark on it, like a rubbing mark, the width of his body. If he jumped, there would just be the 2 hand marks.
Right.
That's probably and the testimony of witnesses.
Or maybe the foot. If you
foot
fell,
on it.
hold on. If you fell, the feet might be in a scraping type motion against the carpet, whereas if you propelled, it might be more of a planted situation.
It's also where they land, the trajectory. If you jump, you go further than if you fall.
If you fall, you pretty much just go straight down.
You should.
If you think you're Superman, you're going out 5-6 feet, right?
Just a psychotic episode of some sort. It's very, very sad.
Smashed his TV.
To kind of back up a little bit, he struggled with substance abuse, and it is not unlike Matthew Perry in the sense that, people try, they struggle, and it is a lifeline.
Where they're doing well.
Yeah.
But at any moment, something, this is why you hear
one day at a time.
Addicts say one day at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, one day at a time.
Hello, my name is Kamani, and I'm from St. Louis. And I think it's truly sad and devastating that Liam Payne had to have such a tragic early death. He was loved by millions of people all around the world, including family members. But sadly, he was dealing with a lot of mental struggles and a lot of celebrities and many people all around the world.
So is that what TMZ does, man? They pipe in some dude.
Use substances to cope
Looks like
with those issues.
As in the somebody who teaches in the LA school system. There's a new program to help people out with substance abuse, and they wanted to know.
Can you believe that when we were kids, it would be even when probably Elise taught, which was just she just retired, I think, a year ago, that do we now have like substance abuse counselors where it's that prevalent? Substance abuse is that prevalent in high school that we have to offer that as a counselor or as a curriculum? Substance abuse? I mean, in fifth grade, I remember one thing, Mr. Moeller. In fifth grade we had one semester of drugs, like all the bad things that you could get yourself involved in, and it showed people strung out on heroin, and of course they demonized weed. Weed was a gateway. If you started smoking weed, you're going to end up, being a degenerate. And when this is like circa 1976. When I'm in fifth grade, and if they even had weed, it was almost like the Reefer Madness kind of films where if you did weed, then it was certainly the next step was going to be heroin.
Mm-hmm.
Like that you were just bound, like you just couldn't recreationally enjoy some weeds like a hippie back in the day. You were going to instantaneously graduate to something far stronger. And so now it sounds like they've maybe given up on trying to keep you from the drugs, and now they're trying to cope by having substance abuse counselors and do your kids have that?
We have counselors for getting into college. They don't have drug counselors at Jesuit.
Right. At Jesuit, you don't have counselors on, how to deal with your horse habit.
No, and what they do is they have a zero tolerance policy, and that's not to say that these kids aren't drinking and smoking, but they're not doing it at school.
Right.
If they get caught doing it at a school function or a school event,
what if they get caught? If they get caught privately, are they still? Does that go to your Jesuit record? If let's say a kid got Saturday night that goes to Jesuit, got busted for having some weed. You
mean by with the police?
Yeah. But hold on.
I don't
Let's
think
say
so.
A kid from Jesuit, he's 11th grader. He ain't causing no problems, but he get busted for some weed. But it's not at a Jesuit event. It's not on school property. It's just in South Tampa somewhere.
They give him a second chance, I believe.
They don't think they kick him out.
No,
but if it was at a school event, potentially.
That's correct. Literally about 4 or 5 years ago, they had a state championship baseball team that was in New Orleans that was at a tournament. And like dumb kids do, some of the kids smoked, and they literally kicked the entire starting team off the team, had the JV team come up, and they still won state champions. But that's like a legend that actually happened.
Wow.
Just based on everything we've covered. And, one of the things that we talked about was sometimes, especially with young people, talk about it before they become heavily addicted, right? And talk about what underlies the need.
Maybe in LA you got to do that, but we're not quite doing that here. I don't think
that's actually true. I was talking to my kid about you're going to see marijuana, you're going to see drugs, you're going to see these things. I've been talking to him since he was about 12 or 13 about it. So when it came, he told me, and so I know the kids that are doing what they're not supposed to be doing. And
you're not narking on them, are you?
No, I would never. I pray for them.
To do it rather than waiting until it just spirals out of control.
You can't wait till they're 16 to talk about this stuff. That is a huge problem, Bubba, is people that wait too long, because I have other parents who call my wife and say, how is it that you got your kid to be so honest with you? And it's by starting early. You can't wait till they're 16 and they go to the first party and there's alcohol and drugs there. You got to get them ready for it, get their mind ready for what they're going to be exposed to, so that when they are, they'll come talk to you about it.
So when I go to Words, I'm coming back. Dan may or may not be here, but Merch Crick got her mail-in ballot yesterday. Lummi,
yeah?
She's her house is in Pasco County.
Yes, of course.
And so I was looking through her mail-in ballot. Had all the amendments 1 through 4, and had obviously vote for president and vote for various school board mission. And then it asks you, do you want to retain this judge on the second DCA and all this kind of deal? Well, there was only one opportunity for a right. Everybody had competition except Catherine Elizabeth Starkey, who's a Republican.
That's big name up there.
Yes, it is. She's a county commissioner. And I told Merch Crick, I said, just write in my name, Bubba Clem. It's the only opportunity. In the entire if you live in Pasco, in Pasco County, there's only one opportunity for you to write in a name, and so it is County Commissioner District 3, and it's Catherine Elizabeth Starkey running unopposed, but they do have an opportunity for you to do a write-in. So I tweeted, Merch Crick's ballot. Maybe that's illegal. I don't know. And she put in Bubba Clem, and I'm asking other people of Pasco County to write me in because, Lummy, I hope Bay News 9 cover. If I get like 200 or 300 votes, they'll say Bubba Clem, 200 or 300 votes.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Where do you think they're going to cover the county commissioner for District 3?
Bay News 9.
Yeah, Bay News 9.
Well, no, hold on. But all the networks cover. They'll cover all the all the local stuff.
Well, and you can say you came in a strong second.
Yeah.
In District 3 for county commissioner.
Right, which will help me, Dan. Dan helped me run for mayor when I have to declare the carriage house as my home by
after this
March
election
of 2020. I gotta be moved into the carriage house, Dan, by March of 2026.
I think we need to do it even earlier, Bubba, because I think that after this election, if you do for some reason you don't win county commissioner.
Well, I'm not going to win because it's a write-in.
I understand. After that election, you should have your address changed immediately because I have a feeling there's a strong wave of support for a recall for Castor. I mean, for
really?
Castor. And she could easily get recalled, and so that would be an election in a year or so.
As soon as you figure out what you're doing with the carriage house.
Yeah, if I'm going to demo it or rebuild it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put my address.
Floor's cracking.
No way.
And have water coming up from the concrete.
Jay, we actually had a conversation about the carriage house might get rebuilt because the foundation's cracked.
The water was so saturated that the foundation took weeks to dry out at my house, and mine's not 125 years old.
Here's the deal: I would love to list my address as your home, but that might not quite fly with Candle. Whereas Dan kind of has the say so of the carriage house.
Three's company.
No, whereas the carriage house, that's Romina really doesn't have a say so on what happens.
Yeah.
Actually,
that won't be in the office, brother.
Actually, the carriage house is really controlled by the 3 Diaco brothers. There's been a lot of meetings. That's where the phones went in the freezer.
It's been a business building for us for years. Honestly, it's been an office for a lot of and we've never used it as such, and we probably could have written it off for the last 20 years. But it's literally been the place that we've had meetings when we did Fiend when we do anything.
It's going to be my new address as soon as Dan figures out what he's doing. Yes, Lummy, I'm running behind. If you live in Pasco County and you have an early mail-in vote, look for County Commissioner District 3. Let's see if I can get a couple hundred votes. But I am going to run for mayor. And Dan, you're right. We got to figure out, she might get recalled for all her stupidity.
Yeah, I think that her response over the last month, I think kind of really sealed a wave of disgust at the way she's managed the city. It's still being pathetically managed. And her response to Helene was so bad that it exacerbated the damage from Milton.
For sure.
And that's the only way you can summarize it. And for them to have left, where again, the Tampa
You're gonna die.
Yeah, her wasting time on Lieutenant Dan and all the other crap that she was doing.
The Tampa Police
shameful.
Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
I got to go to words, but find me how you do a Tampa mayor recall.
Okay.
See if you can look that up, okay?
All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I sent it to you, Bubba.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Man, dance problems keep getting bigger from that storm. Shit.
So John Custica.
Oh, Dan and I were at battle today.
That's crazy. What's up, D. Brian Gilson? Good morning, everybody. How you all doing?
Any elected member or governing body of municipality can be recalled, regardless of whether the municipality is in question has a recall provision.
It was born in the 1800s, 1899.
The law is also applicable in charter counties. So Hillsborough County is here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you don't click on it.
Click on Hillsborough County?
No, don't click on Hillsborough County.
That's one of the reasons.
It just shows you like how many
procedures, right?
Yeah.
A recall cannot begin until the targeted official has served at least one full. Okay, well that's good. Requirements for recall. Should I hit that?
No, I mean no, because it's if you go down, you can see the signatures. Realistically,
number of registered voters. So you just need 1,000 registered. Because I think there's.
Then you also have to write a statement, which I'm sure Jay can write.
I'll help you.
Oh, yeah.
What up, Robbie? Hope you're feeling good, buddy.
Elected the designated chair of the recall committee.
Steven's the best at writing that kind of fluff.
Guys, why is Stream East not working anymore, man? Or is it just my fucking computer?
What?
That was my bootleg sports site. Meth streams. I shouldn't say anymore. But they already got their stuff seized by like the FBI, but they got backup servers. What's up, Nick? I need a lot of things, Gary.
Lummy, I need to look. I mean,
It's hard watching TV these days with the apps and the fucking all fucking kinds of shit.
Think of the fun memories, Pedro. That's what we do.
Lummy, you only need 1,000 registered votes.
That's it?
Yes, or 5% of the population, which is ever greater.
That's way bigger. Oh, whichever greater. So that means you have to go with the greater. So it's 5% of the population.
So let me see. Let me see what city of Tampa.
Alexa, what's the population of the city of Tampa?
Hold on.
U.S. Census. The population of Tampa is 385,000 people, which is a 15.5% increase over the 2010.
385,000 times 0.05 is you need 19,250 votes. You need 20,000 signatures.
We got 3 right here.
We got 4.
I guess technically he's on the city of Tampa.
Oh.
Yeah, so what's Steve's Tampa?
Mosh live in Tampa?
I should have walked away.
That probably was what stops it from happening.
Away.
Getting 20,000 people.
That's a lot of damn votes.
That's a lot of.
That's a lot of
You gotta
signatures.
sit outside Raymond James. And just
I need the NBA
You're
league
exactly right.
pass.
Sit outside Raymond James. Sit outside Lightning.
Recall Jane Castor.
That's right.
I need a league pass.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just got Lummy a G-ball from the head of the Hoosier Mafia. Woo. Johnny K. Thank you, Johnny K. Not money's been scarce lately, but that's fine. We'll just put on a show. We don't care. Lummy sent me information with regards to how do you recall the mayor of Tampa, and it's going to require about 20,000 signed petitioners. It's going to require about 19,400, 20,000. And I think you got to get I think when you're getting petitions signed, I think you got to go, I think they want you to do 10% more than you're supposed to get in fear of those, because they go and check them all. And for those that, potentially may not qualify. But other than that, Lummy, I think if you get 20,000, they say that the person that you're trying to recall have to have served at least a quarter of their term. Well, she just got in. Well, she got in a year ago. No, she got in March of 23.
Well, no, she was around during COVID.
No. She got in unopposed on the second term. So her second term, Jay, started, I think, April 1st of 23. So what would be 25% of her term?
April 1st, 24 would be 1 year, and so we're almost pushing a year and a half right now.
Yeah, so you should
be okay.
So you have to have at least served a quarter of your term. You got to get the 20,000 registered. I'm sorry. Yeah, people that are registered to vote in Hillsborough County that specifically live in the Tampa city limits, which is 349,000 registered voters in the city of Tampa. You got to get either 1,000 registered voters or 5% of the population, whichever is greater. Well, in this case, 5% is greater, making it nearly 20,000.
So you see the third bullet point? That's why Florida is a real state.
The clerk who received the signatures must then immediately convey the signatures to the supervisor of elections for the county within which the recall is taking place. The supervisor of elections must then proceed to inspect the signatures and process that is by the relevant state statute confined to 30 days.
So in Florida, we check signatures and IDs before every election. And if there's going to be a recall, they don't just let these signature recall ballots or whatever lists come out. They check them. Here's a really ironic thing. In California, they don't check ballots by signature, but they check recall ballots by signature. Does that make any sense? So they don't require an ID or a signature to cast a ballot for somebody. But if you're going to try to recall them, then those signatures are tested in California.
And you also have to give them 10 cents a name.
What?
Yeah, it says the group seeking the recall must pay the county supervisor of elections in advance the sum of 10 cents for each signature. That's only $2,000.
Okay, but still, I guess for each signature checked or the actual cost of checking the signatures, whichever's less.
Yeah,
so it can't be more than 10 cents.
So if it's if you need 20,000, let's say you do 22,000 signatures just to be safe. Mm-hmm. That's $2,200. But see, the Lummy, here's the deal. If you're making all this effort,
yes,
and you're going out and getting 22,000 signatures, you're also campaigning for yourself.
That's right.
So you're not just saying, hey, we want to recall Jane Castor. Will you sign this petition? And they're like, yeah. You're also throwing the caveat, hey, Bubba Clem is the one that's behind this, and we hope that you vote for him. Right?
Yes.
I mean, you can tell them while they're signing their petition, you can tell them anything you want, right?
Of course.
In fact, you should do that. That way, So at that point, Jay, I have not read further, but at that point, do they have another special, do they have a recall election?
It says there's a period for the defense to come out, and then second set of signatures after recalling the recall petition and defense, the recall committee, and then collect more signatures equaling 15% of the electorates in the relevant. It sounds like it's a very difficult process.
Yeah, it sounds like
It's a very difficult process.
It is determined that sufficient signatures were filed to force a recall election. the recall target is given 5 days to provide a written resignation.
Oh, that's cool.
If the recall target chooses not to resign at this point, the chief judge of the judicial circuit in which the municipality is located shall fix a day for holding a recall election. The date for the recall election must be, but not less than 30 days or more than 60 days after the expiration of the 5-day period for her. So when you get your signatures, Lummy, they checked them out.
Yes.
You've paid your $2,200. They've determined that you are valid, and your signatures are valid. You've paid your money. They then give Jane Castor 5 days to resign. If she doesn't resign, they then have even if she does or doesn't resign, they have if she resigns, and that's great, then that goes to a circuit judge, which I would think, Jay, would be the head judge of the 13th Judicial Circuit, which I think is Figueroa.
I don't know who it is.
And they say, okay, hear he. The recall so far is valid, and we're going to have a special election and they set a date between 30 and 60 days once Jane Castor on the 5th day says that she ain't dropping out. The ballot for a recall election must read, they even tell you, Jay, the verbiage that you need. Shall, name of person being removed from office, shall Jane Castor by recall, shall Jane Castor be removed from the office of mayor by recall. Name of person should be removed from office. Jane Castor should be removed from office. Name of person should be removed from office.
So first, before they have an election with other candidates, they first have a recall election where those two questions are asked.
Oh, so
if she doesn't resign, then within at least 30, no more than 60 days, an election shall be had where this question is at. These two questions are asked.
So if she survives that, you've just wasted all your time and money.
Correct.
Might as well just wait till the general election.
Which I would assume her political...
She can't run again.
No, but I would say to overcome a recall, you could use your political campaign contributions and you could, campaign to stay in. And she has, I'm sure, a war chest that you don't have of money from campaign donations from the last 20 years.
No, I think that she has. I think that upon election, after you win an election, I think you cannot keep an influx. Since she cannot run again, I don't think that she can have any money in a campaign account.
But don't you think she has the infrastructure to get it again in about 4 seconds?
Absolutely. She has the infrastructure to get it again, but she doesn't have a war chest like right there.
I agree. I said it incorrectly.
Yeah.
She has the infrastructure to get it, but you're absolutely right. You're not allowed. Once your election's over, you got to give the money back.
You have to give the money back. You have to give it to the party, actually.
Yeah.
Following a successful recall election of officials elected from districts, candidates attempting to succeed the official recall for his or her unexpired term shall be voted upon at a special election called by the chief judge of the circuit in which the districts are located, not less than 30 but no more than 60 days after the recall election. Mm-hmm. During a recall election of officials elected at large, candidates attempting to succeed the office recalled, so she could jump back in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For his or her unexpired term shall be voted upon at the same election if only one member of the governing body is removed, then the candidate with the highest number. So at the end of the day, man, it's just the person who gets the highest votes.
That's right.
That's it.
So
that's what it comes down to finish her term out.
So look how difficult this process is. In California, it's as difficult or more difficult.
But they did it.
In San Francisco, they did it where Kamala Harris is from. They recalled the district attorney.
That's
they had
how-
a recall election, which he lost, and then he ran again, and then he lost that again. That's how bad
that's how
public
Arnold
policy and criminal law is in San Francisco, where she comes from.
That's how Arnold won the first time.
Did he win from a recall? State recall?
Yes,
Yeah,
it was a recall on Brown, and he won on a recall on Brown. That's when, like, I forget who. I mean, remember the porn star that was the porn star that was a candidate, and Arnold.
Mariah Carey, the porn star.
Yeah, Mary Carey or something.
Carey, yeah.
So the bottom line is, man, if you get to the recall election, the person you're recalling never wins because him or her had the opportunity, because they have there's two votes here. One to recall her, yes or no. And very well, they can win that. No, don't recall her. So then she's good. Or yes, recall her. And then it goes to, the candidates that want to. But man, let me think about, I don't think the requirements are very heavy or very, very, very stringent to get on the ballot once they've officially recalled her and she did not win the recall vote. I think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can jump in like for $18 or something like that. It's like super, super easy.
But if we're being intellectually honest, in Hillsborough County, it's a Democrat county, and it would be virtually impossible to win a recall election against Jane Castor. That's
Really?
just the reality. Yeah.
I mean, you just play things like this.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
Thank goodness.
This is literally catastrophic. And I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
And she did a real good job about picking up all that, all the debris from Helene. She just did a really good job there, didn't she?
Oh, super good job.
I mean, I think people hate her, Jay. I think people absolutely are over her nonsense. She handled COVID horribly. I think that I get with Steve and his and your guys' influences with the NAACP. I announced my election. I announced that I'm running for election with my backdrop being the Jackson House, and boom, I'm the next mayor of Tampa.
Woo!
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Jim Lockwood. I would do it. I'm not an attorney in Florida, so I don't know the Florida law or anything. I'm only up here in Indiana and Michigan and Ohio. But I would go ahead and do it. Even if you don't win, what it's going to do is, so long as you can afford to whatever many $1,000 it is for the, you can afford that. But go ahead and do it, because first of all, it's going to require her to spend her campaign cash, which is otherwise going to go to her lieutenant. And so what if she's not running again? Even if, that's, Biden isn't running again.
It almost gives you a little shot in the arm. If she doesn't get recalled, it almost gives you a shot in the arm that you've already introduced yourself to these people that you've, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but you're probably the odds-on favorite for if she survives the recall. You're probably the odds-on favorite name recognition-wise with regards to the election that is due to come up in 2027.
Not only that, but it keeps the disaster that was the hurricane and her response to it fresh in the minds of people. It doesn't let her go on to other subjects and other news stories. She's going to have to respond to it.
Yeah.
So keep that disaster alive. I would do it.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Yep.
If they didn't, they make it difficult. They make it difficult by, probably by design, so that every Tom, Dick, and Harry can't do it.
Yeah.
But it's not that difficult. You're looking at 22,000 signatures and $2,200.
If you're able to mobilize in a county in Florida, you can meet this threshold. It just takes. It's more than one person. It takes a team of people around a candidate that's willing to put themselves out in the public to oppose the person. Yeah, it's possible, but it would take a lot of effort.
Here's the thing.
It would take a lot of time, and it would take a lot of money. It would take more than $2,200.
No, I understand that. I certainly do understand that. But you're not dealing with a candidate that is well-liked. Like, there's some candidates in our county that are well-liked. The sheriff is well-liked. And you just don't mess with those people because you're just you're you know what, you're peeing up a rope, what they call you. But this person is probably the most disliked person. You know what, Jane? I would venture to say that Jane Castor might be the most disliked politician locally in the area for several different reasons.
I'm going to give my politically correct reason because she's the current mayor. You know, I may have disagreements with Jane Castor, and I think she's certainly subjected herself to criticism in the way these things have happened. But you know, it's very difficult to get somebody that's going to be able to oust her in this community. It's a heavily Democrat community, and it would take a coalition of people. It could be done. It would take a coalition of people that can financially back you.
Your brother and the NAACP and me being able to prove that me, your brother, and your former firm tried to buy the Jackson House and had 5 to 7 law firms on deck ready to help the African-American community. And that, along with her mishandling of 2 natural disasters, had a horrible COVID plan, has not done anything other than have the right last name, and that those things alone make people think.
You know what's going to make you mad?
We're not dealing with a Chad Chronister. We're not dealing with a guy a politician that's all buttoned up and done the right thing.
He's done everything right at just about every turn, Chad Chronister.
Correct. We've done this. This one is the opposite. This one's done about everything to make herself look inept and stupid.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan. You're going to die.
She's going to run for governor. And she has let me just tell you where she's headed. She's headed to Washington, D.C.
Oh, my God.
That's where she's headed. So
well, let's help her get a jump on it and kick her out of here.
Well, I just want to let you know that's the way that this goes. I mean, you think about who's up for the next governor when DeSantis is out. It's probably Byron Donalds, the congressman from like the Fort Myers area that you see on Fox News all the time. The African-American guy, he's amazing. I love him. I think he should be the next governor. But it's going to be between.
Does Charlie stick his head in there again, or is he aged out?
I don't know that he can help himself, Kenny. I'm
asking you. You're friends with him.
I don't think he's aged out, is he? He tried last time. He just didn't win.
I mean, but maybe he's like, man, the pool is now the name recognition for the next governor of Florida the pool is so shallow.
They may bring Andrew Gillum back, Bubba.
Well, they got Nikki chick too.
No way.
He's back on CNN giving opinions. I mean, it's nuts.
You can't. Listen, all you got to do is say, Andrew, were you naked with another man doing cocaine in Miami? That's all you got to say. Done.
Well, he grew up in a middle-class family where they like lawns.
Yeah, but the Nikki chick is all around there.
The what?
What's her name?
Nikki Fried?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be the next governor, Nikki Fried. She is. She's the commissioner of agriculture or something like that. Yeah, she's going to be the next. I think she's a Democrat.
I think Ashley Moody's super strong too. You know, I don't think she's up for it, but she's a Republican that's done really well.
Dumbass, crooked tooth Bob Buckhorn will probably no, for real. He'll probably try too.
I don't know that he will.
He's an ass bucket.
I don't know that he would go for governor. He's been out of politics for.
He single-handedly is the one that squashed the Jackson House. You know that.
I do. So and anyway. You know what's a shame about that is you had everyone doing it for free, including Bubba Army. All the contractors agreed to come in and donate their time and their materials and everything.
And what we would have right now was a fortress, was a completely rebuilt Jackson House that looked like the Jackson House on the inside.
It would be.
And the bottom floor was going to be a museum to what the Jackson House represented in the community.
Exactly.
African Americans in the 50s and the 60s that weren't allowed to stay in hotels, B.B. King and all these
Miles
Davis that they could not stay in a white hotel because of all the racial problems we had in our country.
It was in the Green Book or whatever that book was.
It was, and they stayed at the Jackson House. It was a boarding house, bed and breakfast for African Americans that weren't allowed to stay, entertainers in particular, that weren't allowed to stay in white hotels. And what we would have had is downstairs would have been a museum to all the famous people and what it represented in the community, and then upstairs were going to be 5 different offices and 5 different law firms that picked a day to be there to give pro bono work, whether it be family law, criminal law, financial law, immigration law. We had 5 different firms that had already committed to coming in and doing a day of pro bono work.
And Stephen was going to buy it
for the. Well, no, we had the check written out.
That is crazy.
It's $105,000 from your guys' law firm / charity in conjunction with mine.
Right. To buy it for free,
and
to give it to the community.
And to give back to the community. All the Bubba Army contractors, from the foundation to the roof to the electrical to everybody's like, we're in. And we went to we were at closing. We were at closing, and Bob Buckhorn comes in with the city attorney and says, first of all, you have to clear up the $43,000 of past fines. It's been in such disarray. It's been fine. We get fined like $500 a day. And then you're gonna have to meet these construction thresholds. Whereas if you don't have the roof done by this day, it's $500 a day. If you don't have the foundation done by this day, it's $500 a day. And Rob Adams and Jay and others are like, listen, they are setting us up to fail.
They red taped you right out of it.
And look at it now.
It's
at it now.
It's so upsetting.
I can't believe that it survived this latest storm.
No, well, think about what it would be like right now. It would be a crown jewel of downtown Tampa. Downtown Tampa now connects all the way to Channelside. We have Amalie Arena. We have all of the beautiful restaurants and hotels in that area, and right in the middle of it would be the Jackson House.
Yep.
A crown jewel of Tampa's history, where you wanted to do something out of the kindness of your heart for the community. Yeah, I understand, but this was really your idea and Steve's idea.
Yeah.
And it would have been a great way to give back to the community, because it would have given Stetson, law school, other firms a way to give their pro bono hours back to the community by simply going there and offering free assistance for people.
And I'm going to do when I announce my candidacy, whether it's a recall, Willie, or I just run in the general election in 27, I don't know if the Jackson House will make it to 27, but if it does, the backdrop of me announcing my candidacy is going to be the Jackson House.
And see if it can be salvaged. Let's fix it.
It can't be.
No,
it's done.
Oh.
Vinnick bought it for $1 million. Vinnick put $1 million towards it. They're like, it can't be. Like, it's done. It's over. Like, the next phase is to bulldoze it.
So is he just going to make a parking garage?
I think so.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Did you go, Jay?
I did. Once Evans got hurt, that was just it. Wasn't Buckhorn the 6-foot rule too?
Yep.
Boy, he had some stupid things that he did. I'll name the parking garage after Castor. That's funny, Hoss. What's up, Dripper Lips? Good morning, everybody. Byron Donald or Grady Judd, huh? I think Grady Judd likes being sheriff. I don't think he has higher aspirations for being governor.
No, when I talked to Grady in person, he's like, I have the Republican Party has begged me to be the governor. The last 85 elections, I'm not in any way, shape, or form interested.
No, he's got his area locked down. I like it. What's up, Primetime Toys? How you doing? Pitty and I were literally talking about it yesterday, how there's zero incentive for any businessman or woman to throw themselves out in politics and then become Trump. They're gonna screw your business, they're gonna screw you personally, professionally, do everything they can to try to create a scandal and ruin you. That's just the way it is. What's up, Bama Boy, the Tim Anglin, North Carolina, sir? How y'all doing? If they wouldn't, I would want to be on a county committee. You know what I mean? The people that should be running the county are people like Rob Elder, and you know what I mean? Like, will the Joe Diaco ever do it again? I don't know. I think if she could prove it, she would, Terry. I'll be honest. That's what we do. You know, I worked at Macamanco's when I was 15 years old. I could provide you the names of 10 people, including Mrs. Manco, that could verify that I worked there at 15. So I don't have a pay slip from it, but I got tons of people that know it. So I would think everybody who had a first job could find somebody that they were with at that first job that could say, hey, yeah, I was there with them. What's up, Great White? Could you find someone to verify your first job, Bubba?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Could you, Seth?
Yeah.
I think so, too. I don't think that's a hard one to do.
Yeah. You just have to call the Warsaw Park. You call the city of Warsaw and see that my first job was May or June of 1978.
My first job was being married to the fucking streets, baby.
That's it. That's where you got your PhD, right?
That's right. That can be confirmed by everybody.
I was 12 years old. I had to get a work permit in order to work 40 hours a week during the summer.
Yep. I was selling papers for the Philadelphia Inquirer on Ocean City Beach between 10th Street and 20th Street at 15.
So, Bulldog Tommy?
Could you prove your first job? Like, you know, everyone's like, the kid Kamala prove it. She just said yesterday in response to it. They're like, did you work? I did. She still hasn't make. So could you prove your first job? Yeah, of course I.
I think anybody who worked a legitimate job could easily prove their first job employment.
I think so. I mean, it doesn't have to be a canceled check. It could be like,
she not?
She cannot.
We'll talk about that. Here we go.
That was kind of his gaslighting of the undertone of why he even did it.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com, promo code BUBBA. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Thank you to Buck yesterday for the Hun. And then the head of the Hoosier Mafia, John Kostika, for the Hun on PayPal both days. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. As we're winding up, we're literally winding up the year. Here we are, damn near out of October.
Jeez, I can't believe it.
I know, man. Jesus. Let me, I did appreciate the delicacy of what the security people did during the it was the Pittsburgh Eagles game?
Jets.
The Pittsburgh Jets Sunday night football, and this really large-breasted woman comes running out much like, this happens at a lot of games, but it's usually a dude. And I've seen some really vicious tackles from police officers. One of the most vicious ones was a TPD guy during the Super Bowl, wasn't it? Remember a Tampa police officer, or might have been Hillsborough County, and I think it was during the Super Bowl. Not a streaker, but a guy that got onto the field and was trying to run around, and he got just absolutely smashed.
Yes, he did.
By a TPD guy. Well, very rarely do you see a woman. This girl's got huge knockers. I think her sign says what? Go Steelers or
no? It's Trump. It's something about the border.
It says Trump closed borders, Kamala open borders.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And she's got these now.
And Trump was there.
And by the way, she's got. Yeah, I mean, she's got
what?
Huge.
I can't even see the sign, Bubba.
Those are cartoonish.
Yeah. Now. So, but I will tell you though, like, Lummy, maybe you can send me the Tampa one if you could, please.
Oh, well, I sent you her Instagram.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, she knows Forgiato.
Oh, she does.
Yeah. She's from Pittsburgh.
This is the girl that got tackled. At wow. So now is this the whole deal right here in itself?
Boy, it's easy to get on the field. Oh my God!
Let's see how easy that was.
Holy crap! Where's security in the end zone?
I mean, and she makes it.
She's 50-yard line.
I mean, Seth, she makes it, 40, 30. I mean, on the other side. Man. I mean, she looks like Devin Hester. I mean, I haven't seen that much green since Devin Hester did one on the Packers. I mean,
and then she was doing it in boots too. Very impressive.
Her high heel boots that up to her
knees. Oh
knees.
my God! I got to get to this. I got to get this one more time.
Man, can Pittsburgh spring just for one cop? I mean,
I think they were just happy watching her.
I mean, okay, so
everyone was mesmerized by her boots.
20. 30 from where she left. 40. 50.
That's a 30-yard line.
60. But I will tell you this, man. I like, they know that she's a girl, a woman, and they didn't, clobber her.
Yeah.
Because, man, if you're a dude, they do not hold back. Did you send me the one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
One.
She's a hoe. She belongs to the streets, Bubba.
Watch this. This is now,
awesome.
If you're a dude, this is how it usually goes.
I saw this live with Trey, and we cheered it.
Here we go. This is how it usually. Hold on.
They don't even show these anymore.
Someone has run on the field.
Look at this.
Some guy with a bra.
A mask.
Watch this.
Is it a
And now
onesie?
he's not being chased. He's running down the middle of the 40. Arms in the air in a victory salute. He's pulling down his pants. Put up your pants, my man. Pull up those pants. He's being chased to the 30. He breaks a tackle from a security guard at the 20. Down the middle of the 10. The
awesome.
5. He slides at the 1. And they converge on him at the goal line.
How did this ever become a thing? Who invented this?
Pull up your
They used to streak when they did it.
Yeah, this happened this started, Seth, back in the 70s, where at sporting events it would be streaking. And people would be full blown nude.
They just get all drunked up.
And they would just go streaking. And, they all it was they'd put you in the drunk tank for the night and you'd be done. But, now I think it's kind of a more stiffer penalty.
Pants,
I would say during COVID in the Super Bowl, yes.
Take off the bra,
and the players with hands on hips at the other end of the field are looking at him.
Mahomes, look.
And shaking their head and saying,
see, I'll tell you now, here's what puts it into this.
I hope that guy's in jail.
Here's what puts it into this. If on the ticket that you buy to get in, they have some J. Diaco type real legal schmiegel fine lettering that says if you enter into the field of play,
you will die.
You are giving permission for the team or players to tackle you. Okay? So, Jay, the reason why the players don't get involved now is because they don't want to get a lawsuit, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's why they're like, we'll let the security deal with it. But if on your ticket it said, if you enter into the field of play, you're subjected to being tackled by the team that's playing. And 77 and 61 and 62
they wouldn't have their hands on their hips.
And they went and they fully gutted this guy like the Oklahoma drill. It would put an end to it. But
why is this taking place in a Super Bowl?
And Kevin, if you're going to run that far, get into the end zone. Don't slide at the one. You got to score.
The color commentary is hilarious.
Get into the
I
end
sent
zone,
you
my man.
when Bobby Wagner hit one of the from the Rams, hit a protester.
Oh yeah,
He tackled a
now
protester.
it has been over the years. There has been players that didn't really give a crap whether they got sued or not. And hold on.
You know, if you're super wealthy, you may have $10,000 to give a guy like that.
It stinks because the fog's in the way, the smoke, but he gave a nice forearm shot.
Oh, it's a good hit right here. Boink. 45 leveled him.
Yeah. So, this has been going on, Seth, like since the 70s.
It's too long. It's been going on too long, Bubba. And I tell you what, I don't want to sound like an old man, but it's got to stop, and it's got to stop immediately.
This is the girl, Lummy.
She got a face tattoo?
Yeah, she got a MAGA tattoo.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, she
looks very authentic, her whole body and everything about her.
Oh, wow.
A gold. Does she have Dan's gold gun?
Oh, yeah, hold on. So here we go. I watched this. This is 4G Auto Blow. And the rule states that if you have a tattoo of a candidate that can be visually seen, you have to cover it up before you walk into voting polls. For real. Listen.
What?
Listen.
I got to hear this.
We would ask them, they would have to cover it up or leave at 150 feet if they had a same thing with the bumper sticker. Yes, sir.
Where are all these people who got it tattooed on their face?
They're on the other side.
What about me?
Can I vote right here with this?
Just listen. Y'all good?
Well, you'd have it covered.
So if I had shorts like these on, if I had daddy hoochie shorts on, I couldn't.
So if I go get a MAGA tattoo on my face right now and I come in here, I'm just not allowed to vote?
We'd have to figure out some way of covering that. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go get a MAGA tattoo right now and come back.
Oh, she did?
Got that MAGA face tat now, baby. Let's fucking go. We were not allowed to be in here. It also
says Trump
on I'm not allowed. Okay, so I'm not allowed to be here with my Trump or my MAGA.
Really?
So you know what I did?
Yeah, no, you can't.
I can't wear?
Nope.
I didn't know that.
Nope. Listen.
Sir, I went and I got a MAGA face tat. So I'm going to come in there to the polls. I'll take this hat off. You can hold it to me, and I am good to go.
I'm sorry, man. You can take the hat off.
This poor guy, man. He's going, why did I
He's just
volunteer?
some guy at the church.
Yeah, he's going, why did I volunteer for this, man?
Right. I'm not getting paid for this.
I'm just
and
trying to be a good American, hand out some stickers. And
YouTube shamed for just doing my civic duty.
I'm just trying to protect the poll.
I mean, now more than ever, people are going there to get content. So, I mean, these people are going to be subjected to things they've never even seen in their lives.
I mean, if you looked at Seth, the end zone's 10 yards. And then there's about 5 yards of buffer between the wall and where the field starts. So she went 55 yards. She's at the 40. So that's 40 yards to the goalpost. I mean, that's 40 yards to the goal line. The goal, the
I mean, I'd give her a tryout. I like what I saw.
Yeah.
That's about a 4.240.
There's just really no punishment when you run on the field. I mean, you get kicked out, you get banned for life, but you're not coming back.
No, I think there is punishment.
You can get banned. She may get banned from life from that stadium.
Yeah. No, but I think it's like a misdemeanor, and it's like,
But you're not going to jail.
I think you're going to spend the night in jail. Maybe.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, hello.
Bubba, Dave Hall, Lawrenceburg Freeway Fire Rescue, buddy.
What's up, Dave? How are you, buddy?
Good. Just called to say hey.
How things going in Indiana? I think racing's pretty much wrapped up. I think Bobby Pierce win? Did Bobby Pierce win the Eldora gimmick?
Yeah, I think so.
Either him or RTJ. I think RTJ may have won the race, but Pierce won the championship, or vice versa. I don't know.
It's one of those two. Yeah.
How is Lawrenceburg under the new ownership this past year?
We're doing okay. everybody's got their hiccups. You know, when you first take over a track, you know this very well. You know, when you first take over, there's some bumps and hiccups, and you just got to work through them.
And everybody's an expert. And everybody can do it better.
Yes, they can.
Anything else you got going on, my friend?
Nope. I may come out in February. I'm not sure yet. Just me. I may just come down and say hi to you.
Well, let me know so I can get you set up, okay, buddy?
I will, sir. You have a good day.
You as well, Dave. Thank you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
He's one of the infield crew guys, fire and rescue for the
nice.
Lawrenceburg, Indiana dirt track.
And it looks like Bobby Pierce won the first dirt track world championship.
Yeah, well, it's not the first.
That's what it says. Oh, he wins his first. Sorry.
His first, yeah.
Okay.
Bobby Pierce, number 32, the smooth operator, who, by the way, has a Bubba Army sticker on his car.
Does he?
Yes.
Nice.
I think RTJ won the race, but Bobby Pierce is the champion. You know, didn't you say, Seth, that dirt stuff does pretty good on our YouTube?
Oh,
and
yeah.
I should I should do an interview with the champion.
Oh, of course. That'd be great.
Let me arrange that for next week.
Awesome.
Talk to Bobby Pierce, smooth operator, about being the winning the whole damn shooting match. And all those guys will be at my track, me and Tom's track, Ocala Speedway, in February for 5 nights.
Nice.
Jay, you've never seen that. You should come up.
I went once. Remember, Tyler gave me laps?
Oh, in the late model.
Yeah, you were making fun of me for having a carbon fiber helmet and called me Formula.
Hold on. Jay goes to get in a 2-seater and he's got a $5,000 helmet.
That's all I got. I'm not going to put on the one give to everybody else there for free rides.
No, I know.
It's like wearing someone else's underwear. You know, a helmet. Like, would you ever let anyone wear your helmet that wasn't like your son?
No,
never.
Maybe. I don't know. You're probably a little more. Does it really show Aaron Rodgers eating his boogers, Lummy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here he does.
Yes. No.
A Thursday night game against Houston on Halloween at MetLife.
I don't know.
This year play a Thursday night game against
There's no reason to go to the mouth after the nose.
MetLife.
Yeah, I think he got a small remnant.
Yeah, I think so too.
Of one, and then tried to sneakily neak it in the mouth. I think
he had that hanger.
I think he had a small hanger in his left nostril. He did a quick roll job and then put it in. I think Aaron Rodgers eats his boogers.
I think the Jets got to cut him.
I eat my booger.
Not for his gameplay, but for being a booger eater.
Aaron, we're not cutting you for trying to take over the team and getting the coach fired and bringing Devontae Adams and we're firing you for eating your boogers, my friend. You're a booger eater.
Most Jets fans would support that decision.
Game against Houston on Halloween at MetLife.
I know it's a stretch, Bubba, but when you're a giant prick.
You know what he did? If you watch, he holds like his nostril and then he blows it out.
Thursday night game against Houston on
right there.
Halloween.
See how I get a little.
MetLife.
Yeah, blew it out and then had a little Remy.
Yeah.
Had a little, I guess, a real teeny tiny one.
No wonder his family hates him.
That was already, pre-dried.
Yep.
And then you just throw it in the side.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it happened. Boy, how you doing over there?
Good, thanks, Fash.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Oh, Jason Thomas, let me $20. I'll have to give him some
Jason
love.
Thomas.
I'll have to give him some love on the way back before we leave.
PayPal, Cash App, Venmo.
Got me a little yogi here.
What's that dude's name from Locash? Do you know his name? He was super nice. He couldn't get over talking to my son about college girls from Arizona. How Arizona has the best looking girls of all the schools he's ever toured. He is from Baltimore because if my dad was there, he would have shut him down for the cheering. Too much cheering for the Ravens from him.
Grouper Lips, $25.
What's that?
Grouper Lips, $25.
Bring it back.
Thank you, Grouper Lips. Good job on the bust.
You know, I liked them, but I didn't really listen to them regularly. It was just too much. Some of that stuff's too intense.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Sorry. You can touch my hair and dress me everywhere. You can get today.
What's up, Poodle Ballin'?
Yeah, GPO, PPA, no info for the DEA.
What's ironic is that surf break that she died at, I'm sure Danny said it, we surfed that exact break.
Yeah, I'm saying you guys did. I think it's an island.
Yep, but that exact bang bang was one of the places we surfed multiple times, that exact surf break.
He posted his girls on.
There's literally not a hospital for 90 nautical miles. You know, how long does it take in a boat? I remember that boat ride being 4 hours or something ridiculous. After we've been on a plane for like 38 hours. It's the worst part of the trip. So yeah, there's no chance of getting any medical treatment.
No.
Oh, we got a Clement Coast, Tina. We got one. Oh, we got one.
My son may be a Bama Boy 352. We'll see.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com, promo code Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
All things Bubba, including some hidden gems that Lummy has found back in the merch trailer. We're working on an ingestion station so that we can get these hidden gems to you. Starting, most of them will be exclusive to Bubba Army HQ.
Yes.
Go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. Be a subscriber. I think it's $5.99 a month and $9.99 a month. 2 different levels.
Macho wanted me to also say it's we're digitizing them, not ingesting them.
Of course.
He says it sounds gross, ingesting. So.
Well, I got you. Of course. Did you get the latest Venmo? It just happened just a few seconds ago.
Grouper Lips $25. And Tease with $100.
There you go. Who?
Tease.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Jason Thomas, $20 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Thank you. And all the stuff that we're finding, Lummy, it's really, really, really rare. Very rare. The language is
1990s.
Yeah, it's 90s language, and boy, language has really changed a lot since the 90s, and so we can't even put a lot of it on YouTube, but almost all of it will be parked on BubbaArmyHQ.com. So go over there and get you a subscription, download or stream. Basically everything we've ever done, including all of our podcasts, are over there. And then all this new stuff. It's
Is it the ingesting or instation or whatever's happening? Is this
digitizing?
Is this from the Holy Joe tapes that he sent?
Some of them, yes.
Some of them, yeah. But we also have phone. Let me. I want that. I like to get that 2-track going.
Oh yeah.
So I can get some of those phone calls. Did you see those phone calls that I had?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Need to get that going.
We do. Jay, how, this P. Diddy thing is just out of control.
Snowball effect is happening for sure.
I think the guy is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. He may kill himself. And, I know he's, what is it? Isn't his personal worth well over $1 billion? Something?
I believe so.
And is that going to get, they'll take every dime of it.
Well, there's going to be hundreds of lawsuits. There was one guy that had, I think, nearly 100. And he was going to file them all individually instead of in a class action. So he's just dropping them in 7 new lawsuits.
And then I think they're getting, it's taking almost 2 or 3 different bites at the apple. And the fact that celebrities that they can prove were there, they're getting a hold of them and say, hey, do you want to buy out of this? You want to listen, Leonardo DiCaprio, whoever, we have evidence that you were at X amount of freak show deals, and you want $10 million and you can buy out. We'll keep your name off the deal. You're out.
Sure. It makes you wonder whether in these lawsuits those celebrities have already settled out because they're referred to as Celebrity A and Celebrity B. One was an allegation where a young girl went to a party and said that she had one drink, and that this is the common MO, is that they have a drink, they get woozy, dizzy, feel uncomfortable. This person allegedly went to a bedroom, 13 years old, and woke up to Celebrity A and Celebrity B and Combs.
Doing stuff.
Yeah. Celebrity A forcibly raped her, allegedly, then followed while the other 2 watched, and then Diddy allegedly forcibly raped her while Celebrity A and Celebrity B watched.
And then
so
here's
those
the deal.
are really intense allegations.
And then, you may not have participated, but if you watched and didn't intervene and do the right thing, you're just as much in trouble.
You're in trouble. You should be.
Yeah. So it's hard telling where this ends. But when does it start getting going? Right now, are we just in the warming up stages, Jay? Are they? And when he starts, we don't know of any names. We don't know of any other celebrities. There's speculation that that Justin Bieber is involved. There's speculation that the Kushner guy and is involved. There's speculations that Leonardo DiCaprio is involved. There's speculation that there's just all these names that are floating around. When does the rubber start meeting the road and we're going to start getting some hard data out of here?
When you start hearing more of the specific allegations on the criminal lawsuits. And so I think right now some of these civil lawyers are doing what I would do, quite frankly, which is try to settle as many as you can as possible.
And then let the criminal do your work for you.
Exactly.
on the heavy lifting, and just start doing little settlements prior.
Right, because if you have Celebrity A or B by name and you know who they are, you contact Celebrity A or B's lawyer, and if you were Celebrity A or B and they called you, you say you get your client out. How much?
And you just write a check.
And then you get your settlement agreement that demands confidentiality.
Or do you think they're trying to get to some names from Diddy? Do you think they're trying to get any info out of him?
Now, do you think that they're trying to maybe cut a plea with him, saying, you're going to spend life in prison, but we can make that 20 years if you give up, But who's bigger than him?
So I think yes, I think that's happening on the criminal side, Seth. I think that they strong arm him to try to make him give up as many people under the auspices that they'll get him a better deal on what the charges are, or a better plea deal so that he does less time or no time in jail. And so you can imagine a scenario where he's like, okay, for 20 years I've been doing this and I've got 15 of the most popular people's names. That they would probably reduce his sentence.
So
whether or not that's happening.
So they can make examples out of these 15 huge celebrities?
Right. Like,
and
you
just
remember
cast a wider net?
Yeah, you remember the big controversy they had with the college scandal of who was all paying to get the college people? And that's because someone ratted them all out.
Right.
And so
people did real time on that.
Absolutely did. And this is a lot more serious of allegations than that.
Oh, yeah,
and
this is way more than just paying the lacrosse team coach off to get your daughter a lacrosse scholarship so that she can go to UCLA this summer.
Right.
Like, this is way this might be like molestation and human trafficking and all that.
Right. So if I'm a federal prosecutor, I'm saying, to his lawyer, he's going to go to jail for the rest of his life unless he cooperates. And what does cooperation look like? It looks like a list of all these people. Here's a video. Who's this guy? Here's another video. What's this woman's name? How are they? What hotel were you at? So they have more people that they can go after and expand the net.
Do you think that he's meeting with P. Diddy, and his attorney?
No, his lawyers.
Okay, but do you think they're meeting with the feds every day?
If they're not every day, they are certainly, they would be remiss not to.
Right.
If I represented P. Diddy and the government reached out, I have an obligation to my client to listen to what they're going to say. Have to. Because I have an obligation to tell my client what they said. So I'm sure there's a lot of communications going back and forth. Right now, he's denying everything, and he says he'll get his day in court. But I just feel like there's just a landslide of information.
Did you watch Menendez brothers?
I started.
You did?
Yeah.
How many are you into?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah. But I was in law school and was a young lawyer when all this stuff happened. So I have a real good recollection of it all because it was really interesting.
I can't wait for you to get through all 6. And next week, because you'll have it out. Next week, we can talk about it. Because I think they're home by the holidays.
I think that guy Gascon from the L.A. District Prosecutor's Office is going to find a reason to say they've served enough time. I don't think they're going to overturn the conviction. I think they're just going to let him out of the parole board.
Time served.
Yep.
Now, will they do like a West Memphis 3, though, and not not give them an innocent, just time served?
Well, yeah, because they shot their parents' heads off.
Right. So they won't get like a total exoneration. It's time served. See you later, right?
Yes.
Clement Cush, we'll tape that here in about 30 minutes. It'll be up by 2 o'clock or so. Appreciate you. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.